nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on decidetορide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day 2, SEC Media Days. The College Football Hall of Fame, Atlanta, Georgia, and Alabama's the featured team today. They'll be joined by Mississippi State, South Carolina, and Vandy, but the Bama players have already rolled around this morning. We had a chance pre-show to talk with Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young. We will hear from the Alabama quarterback in our conversation a little bit later in the show. Nick Saban due up at the podium in the main ballroom, main arena in about 5 minutes. We'll carry that live for you. Jim Dunaway, along with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and always our coverage over here presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Guys, after one day in the books, we get to the defending SEC champions. A lot of people will forget that because it's happened many times for Alabama over the years not to get that SEC crown and won a national title. It happened against the Tide last year. Georgia's got the national championship, but Alabama comes here as the reigning SEC champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird when you think of it that way. Like Jim said, we've seen it happen a couple times. In fact, it happened in Alabama's favor once when LSU was the conference champion, Alabama was the national champion. You just don't normally think of it in those terms. It's hard to remember Alabama's actually your defending Southeastern Conference champion.
So has it only happened twice now?
2017 and 2011, we've had national champions that were not conference champions.
Yeah.
Both of them Alabama, by the way.
Yeah. That is hard to believe, though.
Yep.
Only in this conference, by the way.
That will.
Is it safe to say that will never happen in another conference?
I felt like that Michigan-Ohio State game that one year that was such a big game.
Had we had playoffs then? What was that, like
pre-playoffs?
7-0?
That was I'll tell you when it was. It was the Brody Sack game.
Yeah.
So what
so
year
even
was that?
further back than that? That was.
Oh, it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
A different lifetime ago.
Yeah.
But my point is, those two teams were good enough that year. If it had been a 4-team playoff, you may have had a rematch and a different champion.
Yeah, I think we'll potentially see it at another point in another conference, especially when the playoff expands and non-conference champions are more likely to get in. But it is weird to think about that as Alabama returns here as the defending Southeastern Conference champion. A lot of air was let out of that balloon when they went and lost in the national championship game. But you still get the trophy, you still get the ring.
So we get rolling here today from SEC Media Days, and we'll get to Nick Saban when he makes his way up on the podium. He has been making his way around already this morning, and we'll hear from the Alabama coach in a second. Before we do that, tell us about our friends at Culver's and how they can hook you up for meals today, and then we'll get into Nick Saban on the podium when he makes his way up there.
They are featuring that big Wisconsin cheese pub burger. You can stop in the Highway 150 or 280 location of Culver's and enjoy one today. Culver's, welcome to delicious. I would eat the heck out of one of those Wisconsin cheese pub burgers at any time, especially right here on Radio Road during Media Days.
Well, I would too. I had a little breakfast though.
That's right. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I can't wait to try the Wisconsin cheese pub burger though.
One time down the road, let's get out of Atlanta first. I'd love to hear your breakfast story. As you would imagine, it was an adventure from Lance. We had a nice steak last night here in Atlanta. We hope you guys had a great opportunity to enjoy some time on Monday night and saddle up for another big day. Mike Leach is here as well. Shane Beamer is here and Clark Lee, all from different expectations, all having somewhat of success in building their programs or rebuilding their programs last year. So we look forward to talking about that. A couple other notes that went on yesterday while we await Nick Saban. Lunsford running the show back in Birmingham today with Rockstar and Forrester. They'll cue me up when Nick Saban is rolling and at the podium. One thing happened yesterday off of what Greg Sankey said at the podium here about still the official date. He's expecting Oklahoma and Texas to join the league on July 1, 2025. The Texas and Oklahoma ADs made a statement yesterday. Joe Castiglione and Chris Del Conte both echoing that the plan is still July 1, 2025. And if something happens to where you need to change that, they will address that when it goes there. But right now, the plan is still July 1, 2025. I was on a show earlier today in Jacksonville, and I was just saying those are all the things you have to say
right,
for legal reasons. but there will come a time where the numbers, the financials may look right for them to get to the league at a different time. That's one storyline. Another storyline is Notre Dame's independence. Our buddy Dennis Dodd from here in Atlanta, he's here yesterday reporting that Notre Dame, if they can get $75 million a year from NBC, they will stay independent. They're offering NBC the right to up. They're making $22 million right now a year.
I was about to say it. That's a significant one.
Take your shot.
Yeah, but if you can give me 75, we'll stay with NBC. We'll keep our independence and going on. But that seems to be the price.
Don't know till you ask, right?
Right.
It's not a no until you ask.
I don't blame them. You know, I mean, just return on investment, though, for NBC. Can you make that money back on Notre Dame? I mean, I don't know about you guys. Notre Dame's one of those, the typical 2:30 NBC game, it never gets a big TV. It's always going to be on a secondary TV.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only time I watch Notre Dame is when they're playing an ABC game.
Yeah.
I don't know why it feels that way, but
a prime time against a USC or back in the day, Michigan.
In fact, it's even rare that I remember to even check on that. Not rare, but there are times I'm like, wait a minute, it's past 1:30. Notre Dame's kick. Let me check on that one.
Yeah, I agree. So those are the two big storylines. Greg Sankey, the commissioner, is introducing Nick Saban at the podium now. Our SEC Media Day coverage presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Let's listen in as they bring up the Alabama head coach.
Science, technology, engineering, and math programs to young people from that community, along with theater and outdoor recreation activities. An indication of how we across the conference can impact the lives of those around us beyond just the game of football. University of Alabama head football coach Nick Saban.
Good morning. It's great to be here. I hope everyone's had a eventful, good summer. You know, this SEC Media Day thing is, you know, one of my favorite events of the year because it sort of signifies the beginning of the kickoff of another, you know, football season. You know, lots of people love vacation, but I'm the leader of an organization, but I'm not the leader when I'm on vacation. So when I get the list to take the garbage out, you know, run the sweeper, pledge the refrigerator, it's always, after a certain period of time, refreshing to be able to go back to work so that I can be the leader of an organization. So this is my 21st season in the SEC. A lot of great memories, a lot of relationships that have been built, and memories that are going to be cherished for a long, long time. You know, even though you have great family time and look forward, coming off vacation, you have great family time, you always look forward to preparing for the challenges of another season. We've had a really good off season with our team. We had a good summer with our players, and I think our team has made improvements and progress in, you know, a lot of areas, whether it's physical development, attitude development, and, you know, trying to develop a mindset that will allow us to have good team chemistry, you know, in the future. But, you know, as we always do, it's kind of like, here we go again in making predictions about how young people, adolescents will perform in the future. And, you know, so that's why we play the games. That's why we have a season, so that we can sort of see how we grow and develop, and, you know, how the team develops, sort of all the things you need to develop on a team, the togetherness, the positive energy and attitude, the you know, people being responsible for their own self-determination, the work, preparation, ability to overcome adversity, pride in performance that, you know, make the team, allows the team to be able to play with the consistency you need to be successful for an entire season, especially in the SEC, which is a very challenging league. But I think it's also more difficult than ever to sort of predict you know, how your team is going to develop in all these areas, because We have more turnover, on rosters in terms of how do you create a sense of object constancy, which we all strive for in our life, sense of belonging, sense of family, sense of consistency in what's coming next, and what the challenges are, who I am, where I'm going, how I'm going to get there. And these things are all really critical factors in developing, creating an identity personally, individually for players, as well as, for a team. And I think the more turnover you have, on your roster, probably the harder it is to predict, how those things actually happen. I think it's, also probably because of a lot of the changes that we have in college football as we move forward. It's also very, very important to stay focused on, what do you need to do to have a program that creates value for players and their future in terms of their personal development, their academic development, ability to develop a career off the field, which really prepares them for their future after football, and how can they develop a career, as a football player. So all these things contribute to how players can be more successful in life. And I still think, the focus needs to be on how do we continue to be able to have the kind of program that's going to help players develop, value for their future, which is why we all went to college, all of us, me included, all of you. And that's with the changes. We want to make sure that we sort of stay focused on the things that are most important for college student athletes. The players that we have here, Bryce, Will, Jordan Battle, have all represented our program in a first-class way. I think they've represented the university in a first-class way, and the conference. All these guys are on track to graduate in December, which we're very proud of the academic standard that we've been able to maintain in terms of graduation rate. I think we're in the top 3 in the country in APR. These guys have provided good leadership, for our team. They've worked hard. They're the right kind of people. They've got the right stuff. They're very talented players. But the challenge is, are the players on our team all going to buy into the principles and values and the standards of the organization, which these guys have done a great job of demonstrating, so that we can create the kind of identity that will create the kind of consistency and performance that we need to have a successful team. So mindset is really, really important to that. Leadership, which these guys have done a great job of providing, is also very important to that. But it's also, how do the other people on the team sort of buy into the leadership that have been provided? And that's always a work in progress with new players in the organization, new players on the team. So we have challenges on our team. I mean, we had 7 players drafted, 2 first-round draft picks, and some very, very good players at wide receiver and other positions that, will be difficult to replace. I think we've had 113 players drafted in the last 14 years and 41 first-round draft picks. So very proud of the fact that we've done a good job of creating value for players at the next level. But it'll be a challenge for us to replace the skilled players lost. 2 great receivers on our team last year. We've got some significant challenges in replacing, some offensive line people, which, Bryce Young is a great player. He's a great leader. He's a great quarterback, obviously. But quarterback is also a position that may be one of the most difficult positions in all of sports to play if you're not surrounded by good people. So the challenge for us is to make sure that we do an outstanding job of developing the players around him so that we can continue to be a very productive offensive team. Defensively, I think we've got 7 starters back. But again, the biggest challenge is going to be, how do we replace the corners that we lost? Because, corner is probably the one position that puts the greatest restrictions on what you can do on defense. So that's going to be a significant challenge for us as well. I do think we have good specialists, so we should be good at special teams. I'm really pleased with the new special teams coordinator, Coleman Hutzler, that we have. He's done a good job. The players have bought into it, which is always important on special teams. And from a staff standpoint, you know, this is the first year in a long time we've had both coordinators, continuity in both coordinators, which I think is, you know, probably a important thing for us. And the new coaches that we have brought in to replace coaches on our staff have, you know, fit in extremely well. They made a positive contribution in the relationships they've been able to develop with players, and the energy and enthusiasm and new ideas that they've brought to the organization. So we're very, very pleased with the, you know, staff that we have right now in terms of how they can contribute to developing, you know, our team. You know, I'd like to thank you all for all that you do to create interest, you know, in college football. There's a lot of positive self-gratification that players gain from the things that you do, which I think, you know, college football is a great game. Tremendous interest on a national level to, you know, see how these players develop and see, you know, how, you know, the competitive balance is something that, you know, fans and people that watch college football are always interested in. And I think you all have done a really good job of, you know, creating a circumstance that is very positive for our sport. And, you know, we certainly thank you, you know, for that. So any questions?
Thank you, Coach. If you have a question, raise your hand. Aaliyah, Bailey, and Kiera will get to you. Again, if you could stand, if you're able, that will help us identify who's asking the question, and then we will go from there. Again, please state your name and affiliation. Okay, we're going to start, Coach, over here on my left, right here in the middle, second row. Bob.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Doing great, thanks.
Bob Holt, Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I don't know if you noticed, it stopped raining right before you came up, so I don't know if you had control over that or not.
I don't think so.
Yeah. But as far as Will and Bryce, can you think of another team where you've had such elite guys on each side of the ball? And what's it like having two guys back that are so good, arguably, you know, the best in the country?
Well, I don't like to compare players, but to have two players that make such a significant impact on our team as those two guys, I don't recall ever having a circumstance like that. We've had some great impact players, but never one on offense, one on defense of, you know, the caliber that these guys have been able to play on a consistent basis. But I think probably bigger than that is the impact that they have on the players around them. These guys set a great example. They're players that other people on our team can emulate in a positive way because of the example that they set. These guys are very serving to their teammates in terms of, you know, they really do care about helping other people for their benefit. So these guys have not only been great players, they've contributed from a leadership standpoint probably as significantly as any leaders that we've had, and we've had some really good leaders in our program and our organization. So really excited about having these guys on our team. You couldn't ask for two better people you know, I've always said that when the best players on your team are really good people with great attitude and great mindset, it's really helpful to develop in the kind of team chemistry that you need to have a successful team.
Coach, we'll go over here on our right-hand side on the second row. You have a question? No? All right. Let's go back over here on the left side here, third row.
Good morning, Coach Saban. Scotty from Offscript. There's been a seismic shift with HBCUs and their popularity, but you also have FBS programs playing them. LSU is playing Southern. You have Notre Dame stepping out and playing Tennessee State. Could we ever see an Alabama playing at Alabama State or an Alabama A&M down the line? And a second part to that is, how have FCS systems become feeders to Power 5 programs as well as the transfer portal?
Yeah, well, I think that I certainly can see. We've tried to be very supportive. You know, Ms. Terry's on the Board of Trustees at Stillman College, and I've always been an advocate of playing in-state schools because I think it sort of helps them, you know, raise their level and their ability to compete, which obviously if you do that, you also contribute to how successful the players, you know, in those organizations can be. So I would be very much in favor, you know, of that. I do think that some of the really, really good players, I think it's going to work both ways. I think some of the really good players in that league are going to have opportunities to go other places, but I also think that there'll be some players that come back to that league that will also be able to enhance their value as players because of the opportunity that will be created for them by playing at that level. So all good things.
Coach, we're going to go over on our right side alongside the aisle.
Good morning, Coach. Ken Capps from Football Writers Association of America. There are going to be 4 student reporters from the Alabama Communications Department and 4 student reporters from the University of Texas Communications Department covering the game in Austin on September the 10th. These are brand new reporters covering this big of a game. What would be your advice and tips for them?
You know, first of all, I would say that there's nothing in my job description that would indicate that I'm qualified to answer that. But look, I think fair and honest always works. And I think it's a great opportunity for these young people to, you know, be able to cover a game of significance. And Texas has a great program, and Sark's done a really good job there. And it's going to be a very challenging game for us. And I think that if these young folks can, you know, report the facts as well as be fair and honest in their assessments of how things go, I think that's as much as anyone could ask from a professional standpoint.
Coach, we'll go in the section right in front of you, about 4 rows back.
Good morning, Coach. Johnny Ballpark Franks with Franks Media in Nashville and Huntsville. Before you arrived at Alabama, the program never had a Heisman Trophy winner. And with Bryce Young's win, now 4, most in the SEC, in terms of the winners and the finalists, what has that success meant as far as winning the award and how it translates to success with your program?
Well, I think it kind of goes both ways. I think the success that the program has had probably lends itself to more attention that our players get, whether it's to make All-American or win national awards like the Outland Trophy or the Nagurski or, you know, the Heisman or whatever it is. And because these guys all were great players and had great seasons on a very successful team that got a lot of national exposure and recognition, their performance was rewarded. Their positive performance was rewarded because they got a lot of exposure because of the success the team had. So, you know, I think it kind of goes both ways in terms of, you know, players being recognized. And we're always very grateful that, you know, our players do get recognized in a positive way because I do think those things create value for them in their future, and that's obviously the goal.
Okay, we're going to go right here in front of me, Lane, right in front, right behind you. There you go.
Hey there, Coach Saban. This is Lane Higgins from the Wall Street Journal. I've noticed that when you were talking about the key, you know, building blocks for a program, you mentioned personal development, academic development, and creating value for their football career, but you didn't mention NIL. And I know that that's something that you've, you know, kind of weighed in on earlier this off-season, but, you know, what is your view on how Alabama can, you know, get involved in that space, just because it is changing dynamics in college football, you know, whether you like them or not?
Yeah, well, I don't dislike name, image, and likeness. I'm all for the players. I want players to do well. Our players did extremely well last year. They made over $3 million in name, image, and likeness. So I'm all for the players, you know, being able to do as well as they can and use their name, image, and likeness to create value for themselves. And, we have a great brand at Alabama, so players are certainly, their value there is going to be enhanced because of the value that our brand can help them create. But, the thing that I have, sort of expressed, not concerns about, but there's got to be some uniformity in protocol of how name, image, and likeness is implemented. And I think there's probably a couple factors that are important in that. How does this impact competitive balance, in college athletics? And is there transparency to maintain fairness across the board in terms of college athletics? And how do we protect the players? Because there's more and more people that are trying to get between, the player and the money. And in the NFL, they have guidelines for agents because the NFL Players Association sort of has rules and regulations about how they, should, professionally, help the players. So that's, something that, we really want to make sure that our players are not being misguided in any way. And the biggest concern is, how does this impact and affect recruiting? Because on the recruiting trail right now, there's a lot of people using this as inducements to go to their school by making promises as to whether they may or may not be able to keep in terms of what players are doing. And I think that that is what can create a competitive balance issue between the haves and the have-nots. And we're one of the haves. So, don't think that what I'm saying is a concern that we have in Alabama, because we're one of the haves. But everybody in college football cannot do these things relative to how they raise money in a collective or whatever, and how they distribute money to players. Those are the concerns that I have in terms of, how do we place guidelines around this so that we can maintain a competitive balance. There's no competitive sport anywhere that doesn't have guidelines on how they maintain some kind of competitive balance. And I think that's important to college football. I think it's important to fans. That's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap. You have a difficult schedule if you have a successful season. You draft later. If you have a successful season, you draft early. If you have an unsuccessful season, and all these things are created so that there is competitive balance, which is great for the game and it's great for fans. So name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama. And our players, I think, did better than anybody in the country last year.
Okay, we have time for a couple more. We're going to go over here on the right side in the middle, Coach.
Right. Good afternoon, Coach. You're in the rare position of not only having a Heisman-winning quarterback, but having him return for another season. Can you talk about what kind of things you guys are coaching Bryce Young on the year after he won college football's highest award? And then in terms of offensive line, what kind of progress have you guys made this spring, a season after giving up a pretty high pressure rate on the quarterback?
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the biggest challenges is the offensive line rebuild that we need to do. And I'm excited about the coach that we have at that position. Coach Woodruff has done a really good job with the players and relationship building and fundamental progress. We do have some new players that may contribute to that weren't there in the spring. So that's something that we'll have to sort of assess, in fall camp. And I think that, one of the most important things for Bryce or any player who has success is to understand that, success is not a continuum. You have to continue to, success is momentary. So if you're going to continue to have success, you have to stay focused on the things that you need to do to improve, to prepare, to lead, to impact and affect other people around you. And Bryce has shown every indication that he's got a willingness to do all those things. He's a perfectionist in terms of what he wants to do and what he wants to accomplish. And so far I've been pleased with the way he's been able to maintain the mindset that you need to do to continue to improve and, make progress as a player.
We have time for two more. We're going to start over here on our right, Coach, second row, Glenn.
Hey, Coach. Do you see the SEC having 18 or 20 teams in the next few years? How do you think that would look? Would that mean a 10-game league schedule, maybe?
I have no idea. Glenn, you've been around me for 20 years now, and I don't like to answer hypothetical questions, which that could be as hypothetical as any I've ever been asked. I do think there is some tendency to, as current events sort of indicate, that mega conferences, may be something in the future. It's not my job or my role to understand the dynamics of what's in the best interest of college football, the SEC, other conferences in terms of how they expand. But this has always been something that has happened. I know one thing for sure is we have a great league. We've made two really positive additions to our league that are going to come online in a few years. I think there's a lot of underlying dynamics from a business standpoint that could impact and affect, how this happens, if it does happen in the future. But for right now, we have 14 teams in our league for the next couple of years, and we have some really, really good teams in our league. It's a very competitive league. You got to be on task each and every week that you play, and that's kind of what we're trying to stay focused on. But that question is probably a better question for Greg Sankey or conference commissioners who maybe are looking at what's in the best interest of their league in the future. And I'm sure they would say, maybe yes and maybe no, because who knows what those circumstances may have an impact and effect in a positive way on each and every league and on college football in general. But I do think if we move toward the mega conference, again, that whole thing about competitive balance is going to be in question. And look, I'm not here to say we should have it or we shouldn't have it, but if we have two 20-team leagues, how's that going to impact all the people that are not in those leagues? That's a question for all of you to speculate and answer on. I really can't speculate on that.
Okay, we'll take one final question right in front of me, Coach, 3 rows. Kirk?
Yeah. Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman. Nick, I don't know if it was a down year for you since you didn't win the national championship, but you also lost a couple games to former assistants, which you never do. When you self-scout, did you see anything in common that teams might use as a blueprint to try to beat Alabama, other than build one of the greatest defenses ever?
Well, I think that, first of all the coaches who have had opportunities to go on and be head coaches in Division I, I'm very proud of. I think, they all did an outstanding job for us. They all had goals and aspirations that motivated them to do an outstanding job because they wanted to be head coaches. And I'm happy for them and their family that they got that opportunity. Sooner or later, these people that get these opportunities would get in situations where they had a chance to have nationally recognized, nationally powerful, whatever you want to call it, top-ranked teams. Like Georgia was last year, like Texas will be, I'm sure, very soon with Sark being the head coach there, and the staff that he has and the job that they're doing. So this is not something that is surprising to me. You know, a lot of people are at really, really good schools. They've done a really, really good job. They've used, you know, their own personal imprint to maybe take a few things that they learned that we do that helped us be successful, along with their imprint of what they want to do so that they can have successful programs. So this is not a surprise to me. It was, you know, sort of expected, you know, actually. And I'm happy to see each and every one of those guys do extremely well. Not extremely well against Alabama, but extremely well. So I'm kind of proud of the fact that there are some of our coaches who have got some of the most successful programs in the country.
Coach, thank you for your time this morning.
All right, that is Nick Saban at the podium live here at SEC Media Days 2022, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, also by our friends at Culver's, Wayne's, Dr. Pepper, and Brownie Tommy James Law.
Jim, one thing about picking a lawyer, you want to make sure you get that one right. And the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. And attorney Tommy James checks every one of those boxes. Anything from accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are absolutely free. So if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call, 205-259-1725. That's 259-1725. Or check him out, TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
All right. And LT, if you'll tell us about Precision Sports, and then we'll react to what Nick Saban said at the podium there. Precision Sports, our presenting sponsor here at the SEC Media Days.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend warrior or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The change in tone from Nick Saban was very obvious there. No longer is it what's the rules going to be in the NIL? What's this? What's that? It was very obvious that his talking point here is that Alabama is part of the haves, which we all knew. And his big talking point is we distributed $3 million to players last year. I think we may have distributed more than anybody else. So he wanted to make sure that every recruit listening, every potential transfer listening knows that Alabama is also open for business.
Yeah. That was not really a humble brag or a chest beat. That was, we are recruiting guys to this school and they're getting paid.
Yeah.
Legally now.
Well,
obviously,
I mean,
legally.
Look, I think if anybody is organized, it would be Alabama. We've talked about some of the programs that have really good collectives right now, and I think Alabama's on top of it. I mean, it was a year ago that we were a little surprised to learn that Bryce Young had already made seven figures. And maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration. We know now that to be fact. You know, I was Googling Bryce a little bit earlier, and one of the first things that comes up is Bryce Young's net worth.
What is it, by the way?
I didn't even look at it. I'll pull it right now, but I just think that is hilarious when you're talking about a kid that is still in college. I mean, you see that with Ben Affleck, but you typically don't see it with a college athlete.
Yeah, but, you know, he, in the same breath, he sounds the alarm about it being haves and have-nots, and even the haves, and the have-nots could be in this group as well. A lot of people, he said, are making promises that they may not be able to keep, and that's the seedy underbelly of this, right? I mean, it is now legal to do these types of things with name, image, and likeness, but if you're making promises you can't deliver, and a kid buys into those promises and makes a pretty important decision in the course of his life based on those promises, that's not good.
It's not. He didn't name names this time like he did 60 days ago.
Well, you weren't up there. You weren't up there prodding him, Jim.
So he didn't name any names, but I would imagine that he's still talking about the same type schools when he's talking about, you know, making promises that necessarily are not really, you know, fulfilling all their promises.
Right. One would have to think. I mean, one would have to think he probably had a few schools in mind.
Yep.
And though he did not name them, he was certainly talking to them or about them.
A couple of other football notes from Nick Saban that I thought was pretty pretty important is that, you may be just settling back from your last beach trip, or maybe you've got another one to go, and you're starting to think about football season this year. It is a rarity for Nick Saban to have both coordinators back.
Yep.
I mean, he's been there for a long time now, but he has had a lot of changeover, and it is a rarity for him to go offensive and defensive coordinator back in the same year.
Well, in a vacuum, you would look at that and say that probably meant they weren't very good, that they didn't get jobs. I don't know. I know both of them caught a lot of criticism, but I wanted to, I wanted to say both those guys had a good year, great year, average year. I mean, what would I say?
Man, it's tough. I mean, you play for the national championship, you win the SEC, you would typically say great.
But
But
a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. I mean,
but the offense just didn't pop like it has in years. And you look at the defense, it's funny. We were talking about this last year at SEC Media Days, going through how good this scoring defense can be. I think, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time since Nick Saban's first year, they gave up over 20 points per game.
Yeah. I mean, Golding has called a lot. So, I mean, if you wanted to argue that there's one that's there, and he's still there because of performance, it might be more Golding. Like, I think a lot of people think Bill O'Brien's going to get a head coaching job soon, and a lot of people were surprised he survived this cycle.
Yeah, but you guys forget that Steve Sarkisian, when he went to Texas, he wanted to take Pete Golding with him.
That is correct.
And Nick Saban kept Pete Golding.
Nobody has liked Pete Golding more than Nick Saban.
That's right. There's been several times Pete Golding's had offer from other Power 5 jobs that Nick Saban and Alabama have up the ante to keep Pete Golding there. There's a reason why Nick Saban wants Pete Golding there.
I think Kiffin wanted him in Oxford.
Yeah, anywhere, anybody who's worked with him, they want that guy. A dynamic recruiter. Start with that, and then on Saturdays he does a really good job. He's supposed to have a great defense this year in a lot of parts. A couple of those parts moving around Radio Row and Media Days today, and Will Anderson and Jordan Battle. Another thing Nick Saban talked about today, which I thought was interesting, was that a lot of people are making promises. You brought that up, that they may not be able to keep. He made it point blank that Alabama's not one of those. They delivered last year by distributing $3 million. We promised it, we delivered it, and he seems very comfortable with his NIL collective at Alabama.
Well, yeah, I mean, the message, and you've heard a guy named Philip Stutz on our show before. You saw him on our show. He's a guy that is working with the Alabama collective, and at least the message they're portraying is we want this done the right way. We don't want to make promises we can't keep. We don't want to do things that are still illegal and just couch them with something that is legal. All those things. But that's the message that they've been sharing, and Nick Saban has been at the forefront of that. I mean, everybody you talk to. Now, I'm not saying this means it's true, for all the fans that are anti-Nick Saban guys or anti-Alabama guys, but everybody you talk to around the Alabama collective and the school, they will tell you Nick Saban wants this done the right way. Nick Saban wants this done above board. He wants this done the right way. He's not interested in, like we just talked about, making promises he cannot deliver.
Well, and I think it's I don't want to say it's easy to be compliant when you're a program like Alabama, but there is so much money involved. You can make this work.
Sure.
Yeah. But also I think there is a urgency or a desire. I'll use the word desire at Alabama to have it set up in a way that it doesn't have to change if they start changing the rules of the NIL, that it's built so that it is sustainable and doesn't have to be stripped down and built back up totally again, that it's being built with the way this NIL rule is going to go into the future. It's being built for the future.
Yeah. No, I think so. I think the sustainability is a huge key to this and we've talked about this, and Alabama's dipped their toe in both these pools, but which model is more sustainable? The big NIL, like you come here, you're going to make a lot of money, the Texas A&M model, or the transfer portal, the Ole Miss model, which Lane Kiffin has tried to take advantage of? Which one's the more sustainable model? I think Alabama has kind of tried to play both of them, because I think Alabama and Nick Saban probably don't know which one's the most sustainable. I don't know. It looks like Lane Kiffin thinks one thing, and it looks like Jimbo Fisher thinks one thing. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, there's a chance we're going to catch up with Coach Saban in a little bit, and I think it's a legitimate question we could ask you.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Wayne's, one of our presenting sponsors of SEC Media Days, as we roll in this bonus first hour of the show today. Again, tomorrow we go 5 hours, and also on Thursday when Auburn's Brian Harsin makes it here to Atlanta.
Listen, Wayne's has their best offer yet on that smart pest. You don't want a rodent infestation. They take care of it. They set up the 24/7 monitoring for rodents in your crawl spaces in your attics. Then proactively, if they see one, communicate back to Wayne's. They exterminate the situation. And with the code TNR, you could save $100 on your initial smart pest service for a limited time. 866-WAYNES1 or visit them at callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES1, callwaynes.com. But make sure you mention TNR for the next round to save $100 off that initial smart pest service.
Another thing you're seeing from Nick Saban is he's being very complimentary of his former assistants. And, the final question he got was about, the 2 losses last year were to 2 former assistants, something that had never happened to you before. And he was very complimentary of Sark at Texas as well. So what'd you think of how Nick Saban handled the conversation about the 2 guys that beat him and what Sark is doing at Texas?
Well, I thought that was kind of a direct question, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was.
Well, Saban back-ended that by saying, when you have enough opportunities, what was the record going into last year? Like 23-0 against former assistants?
Yeah, 23 out of 23.
Yeah. So, look, and the more, as he said, these programs build, A&M and what what Kirby Smart's been able to do at Georgia, sooner or later it's going to happen. We knew it was inevitable.
Yeah, I did appreciate his honesty at the end, though, when he said nice things and he likes seeing them do well, just not against Alabama.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily playing against those guys, but I am one Saturday a year when they play Alabama. And we played the audio from Steve Sarkisian at Big 12 Media Days going on and on about Nick Saban, and you just heard Saban there and his admiration for Steve Sarkisian. Now, that's spoken from a coach that's got to play him, obviously, and it knows that he's coming into the league if Sarkisian's still there and if Saban is still there when Texas comes into the league. So I think there's naturally going to be some mutual respect there, but I do think it shows, how Saban feels about it. And he was asked about Jimbo Fisher and said, look, there's no hard feelings on my end. I said what I said, and that's it. That's the essential quote. That was not a direct quote, except for the no hard feelings part. So, I don't think he, I don't think he's a guy that's looking to go out and make those adversarial situations, but you do have to play those guys every year. Eventually you knew he was going to lose to one of them. He wasn't going to retire and be undefeated against former assistants. There's too many of them he has to play every year.
Obviously it was big news, especially with Jimbo Fisher kind of called his shot last year in the offseason and then kind of finished through, obviously, and then Kirby to win a national championship. It becomes a bigger deal if they're able to back it up in back-to-back years. You guys remember when Hugh Freeze was able to do it. People started to say Hugh Freeze has got Nick Saban's number.
Yeah.
I would say, a couple more opportunities this year, as you said. Sark gets Jimbo in Tuscaloosa, Lane over in Oxford, a potential game day location if Ole Miss is having a good year. And maybe another game with Kirby Smart after a couple of them last year. It's become a nice rivalry that's not on the schedule.
You want Will Anderson's thoughts on Jimbo Fisher?
Yes.
He was just asked in one of the side rooms there about Jimbo Fisher. Quote on Jimbo Fisher's comments after the Nick Saban situation. Quote, "We note it. We don't have to speak on it much. When the game gets on, we'll address it then."
Oh, wow.
That guy, man, he is so intense.
We'll address it then.
We'll address it then.
You guys think that'll be the most hype game in the college football season?
I do.
Already primetime CBS.
Yep. And I'm with Jim. Game day will be there. The video that is infamous now will play no telling how many times a game day and probably on CBS as well that night.
I just don't know if they're going to be undefeated.
Who? A&M?
Yeah.
No, Brown.
Don't be dumb, Brown.
Who do you think they're going to lose to? Because keep in mind, they lost to Arkansas and Mississippi State.
Commercial free with Greg Sankey right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Culver's.
Commercial free right after we do a commercial. I think that's how long do we need to go here, Catherine, before I do this?
We'll go forever.
15 minutes?
Oh, let's just go ahead and start. We'll pay the bills.
Culver's is now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Burger,
Cheese Pub burgers. Stop in the Highway 150 or 280 location. Enjoy one today. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
When you have a burger, do you like having a milkshake with it?
No, that's really no.
Too heavy?
My metabolism's slow. Yeah. I like both individually. I will give a shout out to Culver's, and I first ran across Culver's in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Just to continue our conversation from, I don't know, it was like a year ago when you last invited me on the show when it was all new. Remember the Jim Dunaway trying to run me off the road when I was running?
I do remember that. Yeah.
So we moved.
Right.
I had to move away.
You had to get away from him.
I had to move away. And they opened a Culver's right by where I lived for 18 and a half years down 280. So
that would have been fantastic if not for Dunaway.
I think the last time we invited you on, you were holding secrets, about this Texas-Oklahoma thing. And we asked, and you wouldn't say anything about it. Now it's legitimate.
The international man of mystery.
I guess.
That cannot be the last time you were on. You've been on since then.
He
has not. No, but he has. He has been on.
Oh,
I
he
promise.
has.
He has
not.
I remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
You've been on the new format.
I remember. You did the Zoom. You were from your office. I promise you. I remember.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
That was
It
memorable.
clearly meant a lot to you.
We're very forgettable.
Yeah, it's clearly meant a lot to you.
I was with you, man. I was going to ride with you. I'll always love SEC Media Days. I think it's getting close to where I should be getting the first question. I'm almost the oldest reigning member of the media. I'm almost Bob Holt. But I taking this thing on the road now. I mean, I'm a Birmingham guy, but I like getting out and letting other people experience this. And I love being at the College Football Hall of Fame here. Do you foresee us always taking this on the road now, different cities every year?
We're going to go to Nashville next year. So
Right.
the short-term answer is yes. Last year, 2 years ago, it was, they're never coming back to Birmingham. So we'll be back in Birmingham. This is a really cool venue to talk about football. You have goalposts, you have a digital screen built in, and turf. So
I mean, how can you beat it?
And it's space, and we moved Radio Row up above so you can kind of see what's happening here. So I think this will be a continuing stop. As we move westward with membership, we're going to end up westward someplace, I will predict. We haven't begun finalizing that opportunity, but it's certainly on our mind. So there'll be movement, and we've talked post-COVID. We stopped some of the other stuff we did. Remember, we had Herschel, Archie, and Steve Spurrier down at the Lyric Theater in Birmingham one evening. We've done a kind of concert activation across the street when we were here in 2018. We go to Nashville. We're working on some side programming around the Media Days function. So how can we make it a bigger celebration is on our mind, with the idea that we move around as well.
I'm interested in when's the last time you've been in your office?
June 9th.
Yeah.
So I went.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I've never been away for 5 weeks. Now, there's a couple realities. We were in the middle of a federal security zone for the World Games, so you had to be inspected. We're also going through some pretty substantial renovations. Our building's 30 years old, so that we had some needs. Those have intersected. And then I left and went to as Dallas, Indianapolis, Chicago. I'll quote you everything: Omaha, Park City, Utah, San Antonio, Omaha, Las Vegas, and then I went up to New York, where I grew up, where we have a little place to relax. And I had 4 hours relaxation, and then I got a call that there's another conference joining us at the 16 level, and then I spent 2 weeks on the phone.
I take it you don't do this by RV. I take it this is the SEC jet, right?
No, I was on Southwest coming home the other night, where literally in the back of the airplane, the SEC chant starts. We were in a rain delay in Tampa, and people started doing the SEC chant. I'm assuming somebody saw that I was on the plane, but that doesn't happen much. So I've been, you know what? I give the airlines credit. We had a weather delay, nothing you can do about that. I've been on United, Delta, Jinxed ever.
But news yesterday, the Pac-12 and the Big 12 had an opportunity to combine, and it didn't go through. With the way this thing is working, I mean, there's 2 power brokers, you guys in the Big 10. Are you a little surprised the Pac-12 and the Big 12 couldn't get on the same page?
No.
Why not?
Why?
I mean,
it's just the awkward radio part.
No, but why would you not, though, if you're those two? I mean, Everything is going the direction of you guys in the Big Ten.
Well, here's the reality: is why do people expand? Like, I've actually thought and studied and have a list. Why do people expand?
Well, I mean,
so there are generally 5 reasons, and they're
Okay.
not perfect. So reason 1 is absolute need.
Right.
I think the Big 12 is in some ways in a healthy place. 12 members, grown after the departure of Texas and Oklahoma. Talking about turning the chapter. Second is just geography. It works. Third is politics. Your smaller conferences will face that. You're in a system. We need to make this move. Fourth is just money. Right. And fifth is we all get along. So which one of those gets checked as the reason to go from a 12-team and a 10-team to a 22-team league? Is it need? You don't really need to. Maybe if you talk about some other people moving in one of those conferences, there's need, but that's still to be written. And then you go down the list. It's not geography. It's not political relationships. So now you're to money, right? Money and media. And there's a reason we bring value, right? Because people watch, they care, they show up. And some others are struggling with that. So the phrase value creation is often referenced. And if you're going to combine or add, it has to add that kind of economic value and still be, I think, culturally and philosophically consistent with who you are. That's what we did last summer. So we added value. I think people have well acknowledged that. Even though we added a school in a state where we already have a presence and added a relatively smaller population state, but we added value. And we added cultural and philosophical consistency with who we are. In other words, they care as much as we do. Now, if you just add numbers and you're not attentive to the cultural realities, like how are you going to run a league? You can watch things like that happen over time and say, man, that doesn't seem like it fits. And without identifying groups, you can see that playing out right now. So no, it doesn't surprise me. Was there great economic value in just doing that? How do you make it work? Two sides have to come together. Here's the key. Who's the commissioner?
They flip a coin.
I mean, I don't know what the negotiations are. So, and who knows? Do you see an article? I don't know what's true and what's not on other parts. I may know a lot of that's going on. I don't let on to, but who knows?
I know it wouldn't fit, but could you guys have had UCLA and USC if you really wanted them?
Last August, I had an outreach through a third party, and I have outreach points all the time. And I said, look, I've never thought about that. And then the response to me after a couple of weeks of, I'd be happy to talk if somebody wants to call. I think I have a responsibility to have a conversation. Was, they're really impressed with George Kliavkoff's plan, and so we're going to settle down, and that was the end of it. And I've actually told groups that that type of move back to a presentation I made in our league probably in 2018 was on my mind, that those two schools in particular in that league could move. And if you had war gamed it out, if some other things hadn't happened, and people said, we're going to leave here, and then we're going to reform, you have a whole different level of uncertainty than what you have right now. Stated plainly, I think it was really wise of us to add Texas and Oklahoma. We did.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey for a few more moments. When you come on, or when people knew we were going to have you on, and I don't even know how to word this question, they want us to ask you about scheduling with Oklahoma and Texas coming to the league. And again, everybody's got a different way they want me to ask that to you. So I'll just ask you, what are the challenges to scheduling, and what is the goal of yours in scheduling?
Sometimes the simple question's the best.
Yeah. So what you going to do?
Yeah, we've gone down a lot of work, down the road of a lot of work, a lot of conversation. In Destin, I had said we were poised to make a decision, but we pulled back for a few reasons. One, really want to look at a single division model, and whether that's 8 or 9 games is to be decided. But most of the focus has been on a single division. You need to understand how you make conference championship participant decisions. That's like a long way to say tiebreakers. How are you going to decide ties when teams don't play head to head? In a divisional model, you can always get to a head-to-head solution. Like, you probably are part of the first week in November panic that the media feeds. There's going to be a 5-way tie in the West, right? Well, of course. Like right now, we could have a 7-way tie in the West and in the East. So nobody writes that in August, but it plays its way out, and so you have to sort through that. The second is there's a lot of unknowns out there. There's always going to be unknowns, but the COVID lesson was the longer you wait, the more information you gain, you make better decisions. So we said, what's the CFP decision timeline? What do you think about format? We're not going to know that by the time we have to make a decision, but we can use the time. It's interesting. We just had a question we didn't know needed to be answered, which is what conference memberships will take, what membership transitions will take place. And then things had to settle. So we can play 9 games with 3 permanent opponents where you can protect really the primary and secondary type rivalries, so in-state rivalries, and then some that cross borders. That would be a 9-game schedule, and everybody would play everybody every 2 years, and at each site every 4 years. And right now we're in a 12-year cycle for that.
Right.
And part of what I've encouraged is we want to see our teams on campuses more. With an 8-game, you can accomplish the playing over 4 years, but you're going to lose some of what we call secondary rivalries. Some people may say those are primary rivalries. You can protect, the Iron Bowl or the Egg Bowl, but then what are traditional games that have been played for a long period of time that aren't those primary rivalries would still exist, but they'd exist every other year, not every year.
Yeah, as a veteran in the league, I'm in favor of the 3-6-6 model. I'm excited about that because if I'm in Starkville, Mississippi, Oxford, Tuscaloosa, Auburn, and you're bringing in the brand Texas and Oklahoma, I want to see my team play them not every 12 years. So either one of those models excites me because I want to see Texas and Oklahoma on my campus. I want to go play on their campus.
When we expanded, we'd done no real work. We had done what if stuff, but we had done no real work on scheduling models. And I said 2 things. We want to engage in blue sky thinking, which is like the fancy management book term that says take a step back and think about every possibility. And so that was one. The second was our teams need to go through our campuses with greater frequency. And the really good example to me, Mitch Barnhart and I were talking, I think back in 2018 when Kentucky first went to College Station. He's like, we're selling every ticket that we can get our hands on for the football game. Is that like breaking news that you're passing over?
No.
Somebody else is expanding.
Yeah, you never know.
You guys are making me nervous here. You can't see the visual. They're passing cell phones and looking side look out at each other.
The Sunbelt is out of teams.
Yeah, no. Just I'm supposed to say it's the top of the hour.
Yeah. So there
station
you go.
identification.
Do we do that on the internet?
No. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Yeah,
you were mid-thought though.
No, I was. It was
very important.
The fact that Kentucky, it's their one time in 12 years, sends thousands and thousands and thousands of fans to College Station because they had that opportunity. There's some games we haven't seen played in certain circumstances after expansion. Georgia has not been to Texas A&M yet. And we're in what year?
Wow, that's crazy.
10,
Since 12.
11,
Yeah,
10.
That's crazy. We've been together 13 years. We've known you for a long, long time. Brown still doesn't know that I have to have my glasses on to read anything on his phone.
I don't know why I showed him what I showed him.
So the disconcerting side look at each other and the subtle slide of the cell phone with some
these
alert.
guys can finish each other's sentences.
Yeah, it did nothing but interrupt a deep thought by you.
I gave a nod, but I don't know what I just agreed to. I'll find out later, Commissioner.
You just bought Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
A bad time for
dunking tank at the Oak Mountain Middle School fundraiser.
Well, we always appreciate your time, man. And it's I know it's what you did for I think all of America during the pandemic. We can't thank you enough for that, and we've moved on past that, and you still do a great job. But I feel like until my career's over with, I'll thank you for the 2020 season.
You know what the trick was there? All I did was I kept trying. So there are a lot of lessons born out of that, and I get way too much credit relative to everybody that contributed, and my role was just to say we're not going to stop trying. Where I think some others threw their hands up quickly, more quickly than they needed to. We just let it play out, and it wasn't any fun. I'm going to tell you that. In fact, last year, remember in December, we finished our championship game, and then I think Omicron skyrocketed.
Yeah.
And we had one bowl of ours canceled, and other bowls across the country, and then we had basketball games disrupting. You're like, oh, geez, here we go again. And what's interesting is one of the things we did in 2020 really well is we prepared people for a disruption. And then when it happened again, people just weren't ready. The psychology of what we've all been through as a society, to me, is one of the great unwritten stories. And I think we've been a microcosm in college athletics because everyone wants to play. They want to get through it, and they're competitive. And then the kind of the fragile balance of charging forward and then here we go again was rubbed bare a bit in late December, early January. It's fascinating.
Well said. What are you going to do if the Live Golf Tournament comes after Saban? Are you guys going to be able to counter?
I feel okay there. I'm not going to be overconfident. I don't get the list at the end. No, you guys are completely unprepared.
Catherine just wrapped. We can always do it.
Oh. I can do one on the fly.
Okay.
Peanut butter and jelly or grilled cheese?
Peanut butter and jelly.
Hot dog. Do you want mustard only or what?
Mustard only. The great offense of this society is the placement of ketchup.
Stop it. Ketchup and mayonnaise.
Oh, that's just. In fact, Central New York. I'm going to shout out to my home area.
I've had one of these.
The greatest hot dogs in America, unknown, Hoffman hot dogs.
Yep.
Right there. You go to Hyde's in Liverpool and you put some spicy mustard on it, and you shouldn't eat 3, but you can. And you feel good about it for a while, and 30 minutes later, you don't feel
I told him there's a restaurant in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and they're from Syracuse originally, the owners, and they like those hot
Hoffman
dogs.
Hots.
They like those hot dogs so much they fly them into Hilton Head to serve them in their restaurant.
Well, can you get them delivered?
You can get them. Yeah, you can. You can get them. There sometimes like Publix might have it, or it'll show up in random places, Fresh Market. But you can get them delivered. Hoffman hot dogs, best thing going.
If you could only go to one city in Europe, or one country, Ireland.
Oh,
yeah.
Ireland trip twice. Yeah, awesome trip. Now, the British Museum in downtown London is the most fascinating place I've visited.
That's where I want to go first. I've never been to
Yeah,
Europe.
London's great. I've been there twice. But the Ireland scene is just awesome. People are awesome. The scenery is awesome. The things you get to visit, the feel and the pace. My wife and I were out on a walk. It started raining, and we were down in Waterford. We ended up in this market, and they had an American flag flying. And this is 2017. And we was like, hey, we're just like Americans who can't read a map. Could you help us out? And he's like, as we're leaving, the shopkeeper in an Irish accent says, make sure you tell Trump I helped you out.
That's hilarious. All right.
Greg Sankey, thank you,
Thank
Greg.
you, man.
Always fun talking
Enjoy
to you.
your day.
Good to see you.
Thanks
for being here.
Yep, take care.
He's the commissioner, and we always appreciate his time, his humor, and his leadership on everything he does with the Southeastern Conference. Media Days continue, presented by our friends at Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. All right, there is a lengthy first hour of the show without taking an official commercial break. We'll do that here. For those of you that are back in the studios in Birmingham, thank you for your patience. A quick break, and we return right here to SEC Media Days 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather Avila? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you from SEC Media Days in Atlanta, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper LTD, and be with you. Already you've heard from Nick Saban and Greg Sankey here this morning. We had a pre-show conversation with Bryce Young. We will play that a little bit later on in the show. And right now, some more. In fact, Bryce Young is down in the main arena, gathered, surrounded by, what would you say, LT, about 150 media members right now?
Pretty large crowd.
Hey, I'll say this. Dunaway, you're bigger than Bryce Young.
He is not the biggest kid.
I'm bigger than a lot of people, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you know he's small when you watch him, but
yeah,
man, I mean. And look, I've got no doubt this guy is going to play in the NFL and be really good. But
I mean, he could be the first overall pick.
He could be. But I mean, things have changed so much in that game. Can you imagine 15 years ago, scouts looking at him?
They would
have zero shot.
15 years ago, scouts wouldn't look at him.
Yeah,
he would have failed the
metrics. They had
the metrics.
They had their guidelines. If you are not 6 whatever, you couldn't play quarterback.
I mean, I guess, did that change with Drew Brees? Was he the biggest change in that, you think? I mean, that's a Hall of Fame career from a guy that did not fit the mold.
I still, when I look at Drew Brees, I know he's 6 feet.
I know, he looks bigger, though.
Russell Wilson, he just gradually started to go, and then, all of a sudden you had Kyler Murray. and now people just aren't really worried about the size. It's interesting.
The game's played so much in space now.
It is.
That helps a little bit. But I still think there will be, some NFL question marks about Bryce when he gets there, much like it was with Tua when he got there. I mean, a lot of that was size and his how fragile he was at times.
The durability. And I think Alabama fans watching Bryce last year, anytime he would take off, they were very hesitant and very nervous. Because if that guy takes it a direct hit.
Well, he didn't run as much as we expected him to run. And you hope it ends up being that way again this season. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Before we jump into our conversation about what we've heard already today from Greg Sankey and Alabama head coach Nick Saban at Hemp Hill, if things are not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you need to remember that Adam and Chad will take care of you. They've been doing that under the Hemp Hill name since 1954 for all your cooling, plumbing, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted for years. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, so after Greg was here, tell me a takeaway from Greg Sankey's conversation.
There was a lot.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is I think he travels more than Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And
it's like he's on tour.
Yeah.
Well, I knew he had not been in the office in a while because I was on the elevator with Herb Vincent earlier today coming down here, works at the SEC offices. And he asked me about my summer, asked him about his. He says, well, we've been working remotely because of the World Games security.
I'd not even thought of that, yeah.
We didn't want to hassle going through, strict security every day.
A federal security zone, as Greg Sankey described it. It was the thing that jumped out at me, well, there were several things. Number one, you guys guessed correctly yesterday on Nashville. I don't know that had been previously announced. I had not seen it. I had been told a couple months ago that that's where the SEC Media Days will head, is to Nashville. They're building a new hotel there, and it's going to be in that hotel, which they're always building something new in Nashville. So I'm not even sure exactly where this one is, to be honest with you. But I'm sure it'll be on Broadway, and they'll put on a show there in Nashville.
It's a block and a half away from the hockey arena. I saw it going
from Bridgestone? Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's where she's going to be. And that'll be SEC Media Days next year. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out as soon as Texas and Oklahoma are entering the league, they're going to Dallas, Texas for that. But that affects us more than it affects the fans. The one that affected the fans the most, I thought he gave some interesting insight into the future of the Big 12 and the Pac-12. Pete Thamel reported overnight that there will be no merger between those two. I never thought there would be. I thought one would devour the other one, honestly. Right. And I think Greg Sankey basically told you that's what's about to happen.
Yeah,
and,
but that's why
he told you the Big 12 is in a better position than the Pac-12
to do the devouring. Yeah.
But the Pac-12 is the one that looks like they kind of tapped out on this whole thing.
Which doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't.
I don't know.
No, what I read, it looked like they came back with some comments after they were. To me, it sounded like Pete Thamel almost broke the story to some of the Pac-12 people. Like, oh, it's
Guess
over.
What?
We've had 3 Zoom meetings. It's over with now. Okay,
yeah.
Well, we didn't really want it anyway.
Yeah,
I could have read it wrong. I got up at like 4:45. I sent Dunaway a text. I was like, I really don't know what time we're going on today. Can you help me out? And it's a 1-hour time delay. Can you imagine if we ever had to do this in LA?
You and Dunaway have
I know. I'm just baffled.
Just the 1 hour difference really just completely throws.
Well, it's just because we've gone, later yesterday, earlier today, later again tomorrow, earlier, and I know why we're doing it. It's just it's a little confusing.
Yeah,
well, I'm okay to go an hour earlier tomorrow too, just to simplify this the rest of the way. We go 8 to 1. That would just simplify it for everybody.
I don't know. I need some sleep.
I'm sure Rockstar's head just exploded.
Oh yeah. You got to remember the guy's back too.
Yeah. Well, that gets them out an hour earlier too.
Yeah, but
back to family and friends.
But Rocky childcare, I think that was the problem.
Yeah, Rockstar's got a childcare issue. Yeah, he's got to take.
Well, Rockstar's on board with us now, as is Lunsford and Forrester, and Taylor back there in our Double Down Media Birmingham studios of the next round as we continue with SEC Media Days. Glad to have you guys aboard today. Let's jump into some questions. You have one on your mind?
Just real quick, I just wanted to say one more thing on Greg Sankey as it pertains to the Southeastern Conference. Is I don't know about you guys, but I would be stunned if we have divisions moving forward when Texas and Oklahoma come to the league. listening to him talk, it sounds like that ship basically has sailed. You just got to make it official at some point.
Yeah, well, let's talk more about that after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka. It's such a great job of promoting Birmingham during the World Games, and that continues now as the official vodka of the next round.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of those great faces behind Redmont Vodka. They're in clarity of taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. The official vodka of the next round is Redmont Vodka.
Jace says exactly what I was thinking. What you have here is that the Big 12 did not want all of the Pac-12, so why merge with them? He points out that you will see individual Pac-12 schools start to negotiate now with the Big 12. I don't want all of you. I don't want the cows.
Yeah.
I will take the Utah, Colorado, Arizona
I was
State.
about to ask that question. If you're the Big 12 commissioner, if you're Bob, that's not Bob Bowlesby anymore. It's the new guy. I can't say his name off the top of my head, but if you're a new guy, no, that's Pac-12. If you're the new Big 12 guy, but I like the fact that you got the name right. That was very well done. You were
Finally
you were so confident in it. If you're the new Big 12 commissioner, you go after who? And you go after who? You just reeled off this list of names.
I would go, if they're still available, I'd go Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado, Arizona State. I'd take those six. Get us 18.
Is that the same ones you'd go with?
Big 12, Utah, Colorado, Arizona State.
Yep. Oregon, Washington,
obviously.
You'd want them to, right?
You would want them, but I'm just talking about the other 4 make more sense.
You feel like they're going to be Big 10 anyway, or something like that.
Probably.
I would take.
I
don't worry about it making sense geographically. I'd take Oregon and Washington. It's the 2 best programs left.
Your mark.
Yeah. Brent Yormark. Yeah.
So I mean, those 6 get you to 18 at that point, and you're a coast-to-coast league from UCF all the way to Seattle, Washington. But it is what it is.
Big Ten's a coast-to-coast league. You know, I mean, I think the SEC is in a unique situation where they've been able to pay attention to geography and keep geography making a little bit of sense. And I think they'll be able to do that moving forward. But the rest of the leagues have had to give up on that.
Yeah.
And
are you guys getting used to this? I still don't like it.
Of the realignment?
Yeah.
I'm not used to it yet because we really haven't done anything. We've just talked about what's going to happen. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
when we still play football this year, I'm not going to be watching Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC or USC and UCLA in the Big Ten. It is still out there in the future. And I know one day I'm going to wake up and, I'm going to be driving down my SEC highway and there'll be an exit for Texas and Oklahoma. But until that happens, it hasn't really changed my world yet. Does it impact Alabama winning a championship? Not yet.
No, and it probably won't then.
That's the only time it affects you.
I'm speaking for a lot of our viewers and listeners.
I don't know, man. There was just something about I don't know. It's going to feel a lot different.
It is, but I mean,
we'll get used to it. We'll adapt
get used to it. Yeah, I mean, you're still going to watch great games on Saturday. I mean, there's not much that can happen that would make you not spend a full Saturday watching college football or a full Sunday watching the NFL.
But it was just it really was different styles. I mean, you had 11 o'clock Big Ten, kind of just a 14-10 game. Then you had so much excitement with the SEC, and then Pac-12 after dark. You never know what you were going to get.
No, you're absolutely right.
Again, Bryce Young coming up a little bit later on the show. Clay Travis is with us at 10. Roman Harper just after 11 o'clock Central Time in Birmingham. Mike Leach in the final hour on the podium as we get to hear from the Mississippi State head coach. I had a chance to do Outkick yesterday, and they asked me a question other than Auburn's Brian Harsin, who could coach their way into the hot seat, a discussion we had on the show yesterday. They seemed surprised when I said Mike Leach could be that guy.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I think Mississippi State fans are happy with Mike Leach. Again, I thought he did a decent job. What was he? Was he 4-6 or 5-5 in 2020? And last year they were 6-7. I mean, I don't know what the expectation at Mississippi State is. I think Dan Mullen exceeded all the expectations. Yeah, they were 7-6 last year and 5-5.
Yeah. So that's a lot of 500 football, right?
Yeah, but what is the expectation? Really?
Well, I think Dan Mullen changed that a little bit for Mississippi State fans.
But I still think Mike Leach is a big name, and I think Mississippi State fans like him.
I mean, do you think State fans expect Mike Leach to contend for the West every 5th year?
I just
every
don't.
6th year?
I don't know if it's realistic.
Yeah. I mean,
was Dan Mullen really close?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind the year. I mean,
if they would have beaten Alabama.
Oh Well, yeah, I mean, but that's what everybody has to say over the last 15 years. Well, we would have won the
except that A&M last year.
We'd have won the West if we'd have beaten Alabama. You're right. Jimbo managed to screw it up somehow. But, I mean, they came to Tuscaloosa for that game. Were they number one in the nation? I think still at that time, number one in the nation.
Yes.
Yeah,
They've been there. They've been there as a top 10 team a couple of times.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, you go win that game. Now, Alabama, as I remember it, jumped out like 22-3, and State fought, or 25-3 is a weird score. State fought back and they lost the game, but Alabama really controlled that game. So, you know, and I guess in essence, you were a little bit further away than you thought. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what realistic is. I don't know if it's every 5 years, every 6 years.
They realistically should have won 9 games last year. I think they win 8 this year.
That's a big step forward.
Well, it's a game forward.
But that's 8 in the regular season you're calling for, though. 8-4. That's 7 they had last year was a bowl win.
Yeah, you're right.
So it opens the door for a 9th win. That's a 2-game improvement each year. That's a big improvement if you go 5-7-9.
Yeah, and I was wrong. They were 4-7 in 2020.
Yeah, so that's a little different there. Off to a sluggish start. So, okay. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about today is that this is one that is being asked by a lot of people on Radio Row and by the print folks down in the main arena here at the College Football Hall of Fame as we continue our coverage of SEC Media Days. Is if not Alabama and Georgia, then who? Right? If this seems like such an easy prediction. When we release on Thursday the vote of the media, and it's going to be Alabama versus Georgia in the SEC championship again. And it just seems like it's almost chiseled in stone. So if I asked you, if not Alabama and Georgia, then who?
You know, 2019 LSU is what really makes this question interesting, because to me, that was out of nowhere. You know, in 18, they were 10-3. They were a good team. But you didn't see them going 15-0 and winning a national championship, and Joe Burrow being having one of the best college seasons we've had in the history of college football.
So who was a good team last year that could play the role of 2019 LSU?
I don't think anybody can do it. I just don't, unless Will Levis has a Joe Burrow year, but he doesn't have the skill around him, and it's not going to happen.
But really, the only teams that seem to have that potential would be Texas A&M. It would be Tennessee, maybe, with Hendon Hooker at quarterback. And I guess maybe Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the thing
quite the story.
Yeah, it would be quite the story. But the thing I continue to point out about Arkansas, as unlikely as it is, and I'll say this up front, as unlikely as it is that they win the West, they do get Alabama at home, and they do get Texas A&M neutral site. So the 2 toughest games you're going to have to play against your division are not on the road.
Yeah. And they've got a quarterback that probably doesn't get the respect he deserves.
No, I think KJ Jefferson's a good player. I agree with you.
Right.
But you know, A&M's a team they beat last year. They get them in Dallas again, you know, like they do every year. Alabama is a team that I think you can't forget that game came down to an onside kick at the end. I mean, that's how tight that game was at the end. And now you get that game back in Fayetteville, which can be a difficult place to play. I'm guessing it's going to be a 2:30 kick on that one. I mean, it's going to be a hyped environment.
Yeah. But back to A&M, I can find 5 losses.
Oh, I can too, yeah. I mean, you found 4 last year.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you can't find 5 this year.
They're not beating Alabama again.
I would not think so, no.
You know, but if you brought up Hendon Hooker in Tennessee. If Hendon Hooker was on that roster of A&M's, I mean, that's what they've been missing.
No, you're absolutely right. If you had quality quarterback, and which is weird because it's Jimbo's thing is quarterback. If you had quality quarterback, you would think about them much differently.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Still to come, Bryce Young, who we talked to before the show started. You'll get that via a replay. Clay Travis at the top of the hour, Roman Harper, and a lot more as we continue with SEC Media Days over in Atlanta, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and, of course, our friends at Dr. Pepper, and also by the guys who are keeping LT's hair looking great. It's Dr. B.
Dr. B, unfortunately for a lot of people, with age comes a little hair loss. When it happened to me, I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment. based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help with the increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
Back in a moment on the Next Round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call. 866-WAYNES-1 or callwaynes.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
We're back with you on the next round from SEC Media Days in Atlanta, presented by Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. We'll talk a little bit more about Alabama and everyone as we move throughout the day. At the podium right now, Vandy's Clark Lee. We will not take him live right now, but
poor guy.
But he was moving around yesterday when they arrived without any fanfare. And nobody knows who he was.
Yep.
I mean, I was in coffee line with him at the hotel coffee place
Did you
after
talk
our
to him?
show. I did. I said, I turned him up because they were checking in, and I let him go before me. And then I patted him on the shoulder after he paid. And I said, good luck this year, coach. And he says, oh, well, thank you. And he walked off.
You know me without a name tag.
I'm an accountant. I work in the building across
I'll
the
just
street.
never forget Derek Mason walking around the Winfrey Hotel lobby, and nobody was saying anything to him. You guys realize, though, that Vanderbilt, they're in their last 26 SEC conference games. You want to guess what they are?
Oh, gosh. Well, a coach has been fired and a coach has been hired in that time, so it can't be good. Last 26. 26. I will go 2-24.
What do you think, Dunaway?
I get it.
2-24.
That's what I did.
A little better than that. I'll go 4-20.
1-25 in their last 26. Their last SEC win was October of 2019 against Missouri.
October 2019. So since COVID,
before we knew what COVID was,
they've not had an SEC win.
I mean, when Joe Burrow was dominating, is the last time they won an SEC game.
And this guy's apparently a pretty good coach. Yeah. I mean, I think people think a lot of Clark Lee.
Yeah.
Came from Notre Dame.
Came from Notre Dame, yeah. Is a well-respected coach there with Brian Kelly. Now, the odd thing for him is, I wonder in his honest moments, like if you could never get Clark Lee to admit this, but I wonder if in his honest moments, he's kicked himself.
Yeah, what have I done?
For jumping at Vandy and not say he'd be the Notre Dame coach.
He would be the Notre Dame coach.
Probably would be.
Yeah.
I mean, if they hired Marcus Freeman to replace him and then promoted Marcus Freeman, Clark Lee was very well thought of. I think there's a really good chance he's the head coach at Notre Dame right now.
You think about guys that have passed on this job. Did Malzahn not pass on Vanderbilt one time?
I think he did, yeah.
I'm trying to think of some others. There were some other big names, or not big names, but guys that succeeded afterwards that passed on the job. And I know there's only 14 SEC jobs, soon to be 16. I just don't know if that's one of those jobs you take.
But with do you guys believe that if Vanderbilt just said, screw it, we're gonna invest like Alabama and LSU and Auburn and Tennessee and all the top schools do. We're going to build a new stadium. We're going to invest in the program. We'll build a new facility. I know it's going to be super expensive and we got a long way to go to catch up, but we're going to spend the money to catch up. Could they become a top half SEC school?
I guess it depends on the academics. What do you do with that? I mean, Stanford has been a top 5 team at a time. Northwestern, again, just back in 2020, played for the Big Ten championship, had a lead against the team that played Alabama for the national championship. So the academics are the same at those universities. Nashville seems like a more appealing place.
Yeah, there's potential there if you ever did those things, but they're not doing those things. So
no,
I don't know.
They've never shown a proclivity to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever be able to get there.
They are updating that horrible stadium of theirs a little bit, but it's far from a tear down and rebuild.
Yeah.
But they are at least updating it a little bit.
Well, they've tried that a couple of times, a little spruce up here and there.
But this one's
never a massive one.
This was a little more extensive than that. I don't know if you've seen the drawings, but it's going to help a little bit.
So a lot of Vandy conversation right there with Clark Lee at the podium. We'll not carry that live. We'll get back into some of your questions over in the chat room after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, Mortgage Right. Look, the economy not great right now. They realize that. So a lot of people are thinking about renting. Well, inflation out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing as well. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit them online, mortgageright.com/TNR, to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Ball fan 205, Vandy should be required to spend more money on football or get kicked out of the league. And that's a growing conversation I keep hearing people have to say. There should be a minimum that they have on what they have to invest in football or not be able to draw the checks.
Yeah, but are you going to be willing to do that with Ole Miss? You know, I mean, Ole Miss probably doesn't spend. I don't know who would be, you know, when you look at spending, all right, let's say Vandy's 14th, who's 13th? You know, are you willing to enforce that on them because they win occasionally, right? Are you willing to say, I know you've won a little bit, but you know, you're a game away from Atlanta, but you got to spend more.
But you would say Ole Miss has spent more than Vandy, though, right?
Probably so. It'd be my guess. I mean, I don't know those numbers.
So the minimum would be higher than what Vandy is spending and less than what Ole Miss is spending.
Yeah,
you don't have to spend like Alabama and Georgia or
right.
Texas A&M.
No, but I guess my point is, if you still spend at that level and suck, do you get to stay in the league just because you spend more?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you're investing some
That's
money
fine.
into
I mean,
it.
I'm not arguing. I'm just asking if you're going to throw that in. Is that how you throw it in?
From the chat room, all our video platforms. Thanks for watching us on YouTube and on Twitch and Facebook and Twitter. Brooks writes in, Alabama hasn't lost to Arkansas or Tennessee under Nick Saban. Who breaks that streak first?
Roman Harper is going to be with us in a little bit. And I don't know if you guys caught his hit on the early Sports Center this morning, just downstairs behind us. And he was asked, they were talking about Alabama because Nick Saban was coming up today. And he was asked the game that concerns Alabama the most. Who do you think concerns Alabama the most? And he said, I know everybody thinks I'm going to say Texas A&M, but that's not who it is for me because that's a home game. You got all the factors that are involved in that. I'm going to say Tennessee.
You know, I not to beat Roman to the lyrics of his own song, but I have either told you that, told Lance that, or said it on the air, or maybe all three. That's the game that sticks out for me. I said it on Outkick yesterday.
Yeah.
That game sticks out for me, just like Texas A&M stuck out last year on the Alabama schedule. It falls at a time, at a location, against a team that if you're having a letdown at Alabama, that could be the game.
I don't want to be you, Dunaway, but I think I said it first. You know, we all agree that Tennessee's going to snap this amazing streak of how many years now?
It has been as long as Nick Saban's the coach at Alabama.
16 years.
That's right. Yep. Wow. Well, and for you mentioned where the game falls, and that was one of Roman's points is it falls the week after A&M, which is going to be a very hyped, emotional game for Alabama. And then you turn around and you have to play a road trip at Tennessee. It's going to be their Super Bowl this year. It's going to be the biggest home game they host.
Checkerboard stands.
Yeah, I mean, everything. They feel like they've turned the corner a little bit.
So what was the A&M game last year for Alabama? You guys remember?
What do you mean, the A&M game?
The hyped up game in the offseason.
Ole Miss.
It was Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And you remember what happened?
Alabama skull drug them, I believe is the phrase we've used on the show before.
And where'd they go next?
They went to College Station.
And what happened?
Yeah, they lost.
They lost. They played their worst game of the year. They were flat. You'll have to admit that. You want to give Texas A&M credit for the win, but you go back and watch that. I remember watching that Bama Texas A&M game, and I'm like, this is a flat, emotionless Bama team that screwed up every way they could screw up in that game.
Yeah, the best thing for Alabama that could happen is Tennessee come out and, just play lights out and be undefeated somehow.
Oh, yeah, and it'd be the biggest game.
I mean, is that even a possibility?
Absolutely, it's a possibility. Now, you think that Pitt game is going to be tougher, I think, than me and Dunaway think it is. But you look at Tennessee's schedule.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's absolutely a possibility that they are undefeated going into that Alabama game. And you let them be undefeated and that be a 2:30 game. That would be the biggest game at Neyland Stadium in quite a while.
By the way, if they're 2-3, I'm going to change my tune on this.
Well, of course, if they're 2-3. So for those that don't know, Ball State at home at Pitt, which you think is going to be a tougher game than I think you and me think, Dunaway. Akron at home, Florida at home, bye week at LSU. I think at LSU is your toughest game in that slate right there.
Riley says Lance did say it first on the air last week, so you have the
thank you, Riley.
You have Riley in your corner there agreeing with you, and the Next Round Nation over there, TNR Nation, agreeing that Lance said that first before Roman or me. But I got the Outkick audience yesterday.
Well,
I
think-
repurposed it yesterday.
Roman said it on SportsCenter.
Well, I think Roman might listen to us.
Roman Harper will be with us a little bit later on.
We had dinner last night with a friend of ours here. It's a longtime friend of Lance, and you and I have got to know him pretty well as well here in Atlanta. And he's a big Tennessee fan, and he brought it up himself because he was asking us when Heupel was going to be in town, and he said, my big concern is I think they'll be fine offensively. He said, I think they could be worse defensively than they were last year. He said, I don't think they've gotten any better defensively.
You know, I go back to Heupel's teams at Central Florida, and I think defensively they really struggled. I think it was just all about the offensive focus. Hey, let's try to score 40 points per game. Yep. Let's just outscore people.
The conversation continues after Brownie tells us more about Tommy James Law, one of our sponsors of SEC Media Day.
Yeah, when you're choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are these: trust, experience, and results. Attorney Tommy James checks all these boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free. So if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call, 205-259-1725, or check him out, TommyJamesLaw.com. That's 259-1725 or TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you.
Hunter says Feinbaum has said at SEC Media Days over here this morning that if Tank Bigsby had not gone out of bounds against Alabama, things would be very different in Auburn right now. And Hunter claps back and says, thank you, Paul. I haven't thought about that fun fact in a few months.
Well, I mean,
it'd be much different.
It would be much different. I mean, there was going to be, you were going to have to make a decision. It was, if he falls down, it's going to be 4th and probably 2.
Was it Jordan Battle that made the tackle?
Jordan Battle did make the tackle. And again, I'll say Tank gets killed a lot for that. Our Auburn fans relive that moment. It gets overlooked how good a play Jordan Battle made right there. Tank Bigsby didn't just shy away from contact and run out of bounds. Jordan Battle made a play, a defensive play. But you're going to have to choose were you going to try to go for it there or punt, which is what they eventually did because the clock had stopped. So I don't know how that would have turned out. Alabama could have gotten the ball back, but they'd had a much less time.
Yeah. What that prevents happening though is you don't have Brian Harsin having the off season he has. There's a little bit of momentum for Auburn.
Yep.
And Alabama had already clinched the trip to Atlanta.
Yeah, they were going to Atlanta either way, but they
no, they wouldn't have.
I don't see how they rally and beat Georgia after losing to Auburn that way.
Yeah, well, I was surprised they did anyway.
Oh, I know.
After the way they played.
Yeah.
So who knows, the butterfly effect of that. But it's a point well taken, Hunter, there by you guys over in the chat room. You can keep commenting there as we move throughout the day. So back to the Arkansas-Tennessee discussion we started. When we started talking about Arkansas and Tennessee, Tennessee's an interesting game this year. Do you think they're the first to beat Alabama, or is it Arkansas? That's how we got into that conversation, and you guys never really answered it. Tennessee is my answer.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, to me, and this is going to be a slight contradiction, which I'm full of those. I get it. I think Tennessee can be 10-2 this year. I really do. I think they could get to the end of the year and their only losses are Alabama and Georgia. But for some reason, that trip to Arkansas concerns me more for Alabama than the trip to Neyland Stadium. I really can't quite put my finger on it. Again, I'll point out that Arkansas game came down to an onside kick last year. They could not get Arkansas to go away. They just kept scoring points on Alabama's defense.
I thought that Tennessee game was interesting for a while.
You look at the final score, and I think Bama won by 24, Lance, or something like that over Tennessee.
Yeah, 52-24.
I think it was either a one-score or tie game going to the fourth quarter. Alabama just blew up in the fourth quarter. I mean, it was a tighter than expected game going to the fourth quarter.
Alabama really escaped games last year.
They did.
And that LSU game was
Alabama could have easily lost that LSU game. Arkansas could have easily beaten Alabama. Tennessee, as we just showed, probably could not have. Auburn could have easily beaten Alabama. Yeah, you're right. They escaped a lot of games.
Yeah, it could have been a disastrous year.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, there were a few teams
disastrous 8-4.
That would be it. Can you? I mean, I cannot imagine a day when Nick Saban goes 8-4 in the regular season.
I can't either. Everyone's on Doug Marrone that was the reason why they were having such scary games last year.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. And there was a change at that position, right? We just talked about how both coordinators came back. Well, the offensive line coach didn't. So that tells you, I think, a little bit about how they felt about offensive line.
Yeah. We sit here and we get a chance to see all of our media friends and everything. Do we have a time yet? We want to play Bryce Young. Do we know?
We got to work that out with John Lunsford.
Okay, we'll figure that out at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we're getting busy.
We're getting people who are wanting to know when we're playing the Bryce Young interview.
We'll
pass that along on the other side after we talk to Clay Trapp.
Don't know that I do a hard sell on that one. We're going to work on that one.
So you're telling me there's a chance it may be Friday during the show?
You know, it'll play at some point. It'll play. With the Bryce Young interview, will in fact play.
Okay.
All right. So stay tuned between now and the end of the show Friday.
Yeah, that's always good to know.
Yeah.
LT's got our 4 downs every day, and we'll do that right here. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Vulcan Tires and Automotives get you in to the conversation today. 4 downs is something we use on the show to fast-paced answer 4 quick questions, and Vulcan Tire will get you in and out that fast as well.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle, from the brakes, the wheel alignment, the tires, and more. Stop in, see them. Locally owned and operated, 4 locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns this year. Spencer Rattler, there we go, or Baker Mayfield.
Spencer Rattler and Baker Mayfield. Spencer Rattler in South Carolina, one of the teams here today. And as I pointed out yesterday, Baker Mayfield, Carolina, not here today because they're
not. Yes, they're in a National Football League team.
I'll go Spencer Rattler.
I mean, I feel like South Carolina could be better than last year and still be 6-6. And I think Carolina could get more than 6 wins. I think I'll go Carolina.
I think I would.
Panthers, not South.
Yeah, but you're going Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield, yeah.
I think I would go Baker too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So Spence, you think Baker has what now?
More total touchdowns than Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I think I would too. I mean,
tell me why.
Well,
Then
South
just give me the
Carolina,
answer.
I just okay. So I think Stogner's going to be they've got good receivers, good tight ends. Just watching that offense, and a lot of it had to do with 3 very average quarterbacks. I mean, it's amazing Shane Beamer won 7 games.
It really is.
You know,
I think average is being kind.
Rattler's one of those guys that's been inconsistent. I just don't see South Carolina scoring a lot of points this year.
Yeah, but don't we always sit here and the college quarterback almost always beats the NFL quarterback in these discussions?
Well, because the college quarterback for good teams are scoring 35 to 40 points per game. I don't see South Carolina scoring that. I mean, I could be completely wrong. South Carolina last year, what do you guys think they averaged?
Points per game? I'd say 21.6.
It's close, 22.9.
Wow. I was going to go a touch higher than that.
So,
it really is crazy. They had the record they had.
Yeah, 22.9. Yeah. Even if they raise that to 30, I still think if Baker plays a full 17, I would go Baker.
Yeah, I'm not sure Baker's the starter for 17 games. We'll see. Let's do second down.
Second down.
Okay, all said and done, who has the better career, Mike Leach or Lane Kiffin?
Well, I mean, when it's all said and done, I mean, Leach has done a lot already. I mean, he had a team, was it number 1 in the country?
Number 3, number 2 or number 3 in Texas Tech.
And a big win.
Had a top 10 team in Washington State.
Right. Has he won any conference championships, though?
Oh, no.
I don't think he has. He hasn't really put anything in the trophy case. And I think Lane at some point somewhere will win a championship. He'll put something in the trophy case. And if you just go back, you count into the career, you know, what they've done as assistants. Lane was part of a dynasty at USC, and you know what has Mike done at Kentucky? Where else has he been? Was he at Oklahoma a while too?
He was.
Yeah. So I'm going to go Lane Kiffin's resume at the end will be better than Mike Leach's. You agree or disagree?
I disagree. I think it's going to be Mike Leach. He's got work to do in Starkville.
Yeah, and Lane still got history to write in Oxford as well. And you know, I don't know how that's going to turn out. I think I'll go Lane Kiffin in this one. I think I'm going to go with Lane Kiffin. You know my respect for Mike Leach more than yours, but I think I'm going to go Lane Kiffin.
Ross says, didn't Lane win the conference championship at FAU?
He did.
Did they finish the deal?
Yeah.
FAU?
They won. Yeah, they won the
conference USA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
third down.
Okay, moving forward, more Cam Smith majors. Could be a problem because of Liv.
Could be.
Or Nick Saban national championships. And Cam Smith's only 28.
He is. Now, listen.
His hair is older.
That's a good mullet.
Boy, you think he could get a Head and Shoulders deal?
Yeah.
But he's exempt in the majors for 5 years now, and the British, for life, basically. they're going to have to come out and say, live players, regardless of your exemptions, you are not allowed to play in these majors. And I just don't think they're ever going to do that. So I think I'd go Cam Smith. I think he'll be able to play in the majors.
Until he retires, I'll go Nick Saban. I mean, how many times do we have a guy that we think is going to win a bunch of them? Brooks Koepka. And what does Koepka have, 2?
Koepka's, I think, got 4.
4?
Yeah.
Jordan Spieth. What does Spieth have?
Spieth, I think, has 4. Yeah. Could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Cam Smith's a great player.
Yeah.
I don't know what motivates him. Brooks Koepka, apparently nothing. Well, money, I guess.
Money. I think it'll be Cam Smith, best putter in the world. That travels.
Yeah, it does. It goes away too sometimes.
4th down.
And who knows? I mean, Nick Saban could be coaching his last year for a week.
Right, never know.
One day it'll be his last year.
That will be his last year. One day. Right.
Tough celebrity birthdays today, and this is one of the weirdest questions I guess I've asked. Anthony Edwards, Goose, is 60 today. Better career, Anthony Edwards or Chip Kelly?
Well, I mean, you get Anthony Edwards on ER too.
Yeah, wow.
That's right.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, Top Gun and ER. I mean, that's
very popular.
Two pretty big hits. I think I'll go Anthony Edwards.
And Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah, I think I'll go Anthony Edwards on that one.
I mean, in its heyday, ER was the show on television that drove the ratings, and he was a main figure for that. Dr. Green, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know.
very
Dr.
good.
Green?
I think you're
Dr.
right.
Green.
I mean, George Clooney was the male lead there, but he was
a big part of that show and that part of American television history. I'm going to go with him.
Yeah, I think I'll go Anthony Edwards as well. Yeah.
I think I will too.
That was a weird combo.
Yeah.
Though.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Locally owned and operated, great guys. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Bumper to bumper, they can do anything for you and your family. Stop in 4 locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And, of course, coming up on the other side, as always, we'll talk to Clay Travis. Still to come, Roman Harper, Mike Leach at the podium. Maybe you'll hear from Bryce Young. We've talked to him today. Maybe you'll get a chance to hear that. All that as we broadcast live from SEC Media Days, being presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, Dr. Pepper, and our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to explore about maybe attending college for 4 or 5 years, Montevallo is a great place to start. 21 NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports, great class sizes, 14-to-1 student to professor ratio, and they haven't raised tuition in 5 years. There's a lot of reasons to fall in love with Montevallo, including the beauty of the campus. Find out more and schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Back in a moment from SEC Media Days in Atlanta.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery 5th Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. 5476.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
SEC Media Days from Atlanta, presented by our friends at Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper already today. Nick Saban from the podium. Also, Greg Sankey joined us here on our set. You'll hear from Bryce Young momentarily. The show also being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Great warranties. Insurance companies trust these guys so you get the best you can out of your insurance companies for roof repairs. If you haven't had that roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the storms we have over the summer, you need to call Greg Nelson today, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free, no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook and contact him that way. It's Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing.
All right, Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. You can see him on Fox, and he's with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you today?
Pull the curtain back a little bit. Clay just dropped. I'm going to have to call him back.
Okay. Rockstar has pulled back the curtain. Clay just dropped. He's going to call him back and let us know what he's saying.
We'll get Clay up here in just a second. Some of the headlines in college football that you need to know. One, announced by the SEC Network yesterday, that Takeo Spikes will be joining the SEC Network studio show, replacing Gene Chizik, who's back in coaching.
I like Takeo. He's an entertaining guy.
Very entertaining.
Coach Chizik was better in that role than I thought he would be. I think Takeo will be fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I'll never forget that me and Fitzy had Takeo on. He's the one that led us to the raccoon bet because Takeo said his family loves raccoon. I think it was for Thanksgiving. Wow. One of the biggest necks I've ever seen.
Not redneck, actual neck. Yeah. I wanted to make that abundantly
that was
clear.
A quick follow-up.
Yes, it was. When you talk about eating raccoon, I just wanted to make that clear. But
Dennis Dodd reporting yesterday from here at SEC Media Days that his sources tell him that Notre Dame is seeking $75 million from NBC to keep their independence and stay with NBC, that's the price tag that they put on their media rights, $75 million a year. Right now, it's at $22 million a year. And Texas and Oklahoma's AD echoed what Greg Sankey said on the podium yesterday and earlier with us, that right now, until things change, the target date to join the SEC officially is July 1, 2025, though a lot of people think that'll be moved up. Greg Sankey and the two ADs not hinting at that at all.
All right, Clay Travis back with us from the founder of Outkick and Fox Sports. He's on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Let's start with what Dunaway just said going to you about that Notre Dame deal. What was it? $22 million is what they reportedly are paying?
They're getting $22 million right now. It's worked out over the years, about a $15 million a year deal.
Yeah, and they want 75. You're very familiar with the TV business and how it works. If you're NBC, do you make that deal, $75 million for basically 6 or 7 games of Notre Dame football?
Yeah, 8 games at most. I mean, they get all the home games. I think what should happen, if you're being somewhat rational, is there is 50% of the Big Ten is still out there floating around. If I were NBC, I would be arguing, frankly, that Notre Dame should join the Big Ten and that we should get 25% of the Big Ten games, including a guarantee that we get every Notre Dame home game. And the reason why I would argue that if I were NBC is, to your point, like best case scenario, you get 6, 7, 8 NBC games of Notre Dame a year. You don't get the postseason games, you don't get the playoff games, and you don't get the road games. And so if I were NBC, I would be saying, hey, Notre Dame, it's tough to turn a big profit on selling something that small, right? You're only selling 6 games. NBC isn't really aggressively in the college football space right now. To me, what would make sense is Notre Dame joins, you get a guaranteed $75 million as a part of the Big Ten, and then Notre Dame joining also means that NBC gets a substantial portion of Big Ten football games as well, including all of the Notre Dame home games as a part of that deal, but also then other Big Ten games so that they have more of a programming slate to be able to sell. And all I would point out, and this is not me.
Clay, here at SEC Media Days, question came up earlier. Alabama, if not Alabama and Georgia, who would be the next team out of the SEC to win a national championship? Or even win a conference championship?
Sorry. I was still finishing. You guys may have gotten cut off. I was still finishing the answer there. To me, Notre Dame to the Big Ten also makes sense because there's good relationships right now between NBC and Fox over the USFL. So they figured out how to work together on a package. So that answer is there. I think the next team to win in the SEC outside of Alabama and Georgia is Texas A&M. I mean, I don't think that's a particularly difficult prediction to make given how well they were recruiting. I will say the team in the East that I would take is Tennessee. And I would take Tennessee. I don't know if you guys pay a lot of attention to recruiting rankings. Everybody has been focused on Arch Manning. But the 5-star quarterback that is committed to Tennessee, Nico Amavalea, whose name I probably just massacred, is now the number 2 overall recruit in the entire nation. And the Tennessee people believe that he is a slam dunk 100% first-round quarterback, and he will be their guy starting next year. I think Tennessee is going to be pretty good this year. I think they'll be the second-best team in the East behind Georgia. And I think if Nico is as good as Tennessee believes that he is going to be, I believe he will elevate Tennessee right back into the mix almost instantly when he starts playing.
Greg Sankey gave his state of the conference yesterday, Clay, and always it's very positive. What's the biggest challenge facing Greg Sankey in this conference right now, in your opinion?
I think it's NIL because what it creates is a have and have not system that is more substantial even than what we've seen already. And if you are in a situation where big boosters are guaranteeing that guys are able to win at a high level based on recruiting, it changes the dynamics out there. Effectively, you've done away with, speed limits all of a sudden, to use a driving analogy, and the guy with the fastest car is going to win every single race. And there are SEC schools, Texas A&M, Texas, that certainly have resources that the Ole Misses of the world don't have. And so I think that's the biggest impact, is that you effectively have an open market for players. And the reason why there are salary caps in pro sports is because they recognize that otherwise the richest owner would get all the best players and destroy in many ways the competitive aspects of the game.
All right, he is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, also Fox Sports, with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay, thank you for the time, man. Have a great week.
Hey, y'all too. Appreciate it. Bye.
All right, buddy, take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And I understand what he's saying there at the end, and Nick Saban said a little bit about that, is you can't just allow this to completely go unchecked because you have the haves and the have-nots. Saying that and implementing that are two totally different things. And it is easy to implement it. And Nick Saban brought this up. He goes, there's nowhere where players get compensation that there are some sort of guardrails and guidelines. That is super easy to do in the NFL and in the NBA and in Major League Baseball. I mean, it's easy to do. All you do is you collectively bargain it with the Players Association. You set the minimums. You set the maximum for the team, the minimum for the player in the league based on his veteran status, and it's done. I mean, that's very easy to do.
But you still have haves and have-nots in the NFL. There are haves and have-nots in the NFL.
I don't know that that's the case.
Dictated by ownership, and there's plenty of them in baseball.
Are you talking about organizations?
Yeah, plenty of them.
Baseball's
the
different.
best model. Baseball and
yeah.
basketball are great. They're great haves and have-nots.
The only reason you have or have-nots in the NFL is because you've got some owners that are willing to do anything and some that are not.
That's right.
It's not the system that creates the haves or have-nots. It's the owner's choices. And this would be the same in college football. And,
That's right.
And I think college football could stomach, hey, if Vanderbilt, we just talked about Vanderbilt, they get every advantage Alabama gets. But if they don't want to take advantage of it, that's on them.
Yeah,
we give them an opportunity to do it.
That's the way it is now. Everybody's got the same advantages. There are people that don't want to spend it.
Well, I don't know if everybody's.
Not everybody does. Southern Miss doesn't have the same.
Well, I mean, Southern Miss is not in this discussion. They're not a power league.
Well, that's what Nick Saban's saying.
Vanderbilt's in this is in the SEC, and, and they are
Vanderbilt.
They are have not in the SEC because they're choosing not to spend it.
I don't deny Vanderbilt was a bad choice by me because they're in the SEC. Yeah. I think what Nick Saban is talking about is your, rank and file SEC football team. Do they have the opportunity to make the same that everybody else makes? And, that answer is most of the time no.
Historically, haves and have-nots are hard to get on an equal playing field. Just ask the Communist Party. They've been trying to do it for years and years, and it doesn't work. There are always going to be haves and have-nots.
It works for China.
Does it? Talk to their have-nots. You can't. Our friends at Precision Sports bringing you our coverage at SEC Media Days.
Yes, Precision Sports Medicine. They have been with us since day one. We really appreciate the great sponsorship out here in Atlanta. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Okay, we will continue the conversation later with Roman Harper when he joins us in about an hour. But right now, back to Alabama, who is sort of the draw today here, the defending SEC champions, losers of the national championship game to Georgia. If I ask you the question, is there a Jameson Williams on this team this year for Alabama? Is there a guy that's going to walk in, surprise you, and come out of nowhere to be one of the more dynamic players?
Well, Jahmyr Gibbs never played with the talent that he's going to have around him now. Everybody is raving about his ability. Not only his ability, is just a pure runner, but also his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. Eli Ricks, we've seen him look like an elite cornerback on, pretty good defenses with LSU. Jermaine Burton, I think I'm in the minority. I'm a little underwhelmed with Burton. Maybe he's much better in this Alabama offense. To me, if I had to take a flyer on one of the guys, it would be Gibbs.
Yeah, and Gibbs is not going to be in the same mold as Jamison Williams because we've heard so much about how good he's looked.
Right.
And we didn't get that same thing with Jamison Williams. I mean,
had no idea. I just remember the first time because I didn't remember him from Ohio State. Yeah, the Miami, the long touchdown against Miami, he was shot out of a cannon.
I know. I was like, my gosh, that guy's fast. Yeah. But we've heard so much about how good Jahmyr Gibbs has played. I just feel like in a lot of ways, it's almost like I mean, I haven't forgotten this, but when you listen to people talk about Alabama, it's almost like a few people forget Eli Ricks transferred there and how good he was at LSU. That's not going to surprise anybody, though.
Preseason All-American, though, on a lot of lists.
I know.
So it's not like he's unknown.
It's weird for me to say that. I get it. But, I mean, if Eli Ricks, he's not going to surprise anybody, is he?
No.
And I mean, if he comes out and is a stud.
I mean, with the guy we would be saying is Kayshon Boutte if he would have actually come over.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Now, again, wouldn't surprise anybody because Kayshon Boutte is a really, really good player and has been for quite a while. But,
I'm sitting here looking at Phil Steele's defensive All-American first team, Eli Ricks.
I mean, maybe I've just overblown it. It just feels like we get a lot of talk about Jahmyr Gibbs, a lot of talk about Jermaine Burton, and you don't get the same amount of talk about Eli Ricks. When you talk about Jermaine Burton, there are a lot of people that like to talk about the fact that you got to kind of look at him when he played with JT Daniels and looked at him when he played with Stetson Bennett. Do you think that's a fair discussion? I mean, that makes it sound like Stetson Bennett can't throw a forward pass.
I do think it'll be different for Burton.
Yeah.
With Bryce Young in this offense. I mean, again, you went through the numbers last week, Dunaway. Georgia was running the football 65% of the time.
That's right. That's exactly right. You know, Will Anderson is another guy who's a star on the team, not coming out of nowhere. And on the defensive side of the football, he's making his rounds with the media here. And he's been asked at every stop by a variety of different people why he's even playing the season this year. Did it ever cross his mind to sit out this year, to not play, knowing that he would be one of the, if not the top pick in next year's NFL draft? And he has gone on and on about his love of the game, his commitment to teammates and players and such like that. You know, we never even discussed that, you know, us as
never thought about it.
Local media. And I guess that's sort of what Jamar Chase did, wasn't it, at LSU? Did he opt out?
He had COVID. I mean, look, there was an excuse. I don't want to say an excuse. There could have been a real fear from Jamar Chase, but at least that was more legitimate than just saying, "Hey, man, I'm not playing. I'm holding out for the money."
Yeah,
but it's worked out for Jamar Chase.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jamar Chase is a top 5 wide receiver right now.
You absolutely cannot argue it. But I'm also not surprised the way Will Anderson has answered this question. When he was asked about it, I was reading from Josh Pate just a moment ago, our friend with 24/7 Sports, quote, "I love football too much," and quote, "I've committed myself to Alabama." Those are his quotes on that. And that's the type of guy that Will Anderson seems to be.
And, you know, and you'll hear it in our Bryce Young interview a little bit later on, but, you know, he's a guy who has won the top of the game individual award, but it's the national championship, the team awards that I think drives a guy like Will Anderson and Bryce Young. And I think that's why they're back. So the conversation continues here. We'll continue it with Rockstar's viewing menu and back to SEC Media Day football being presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, and by our friends at Gutter Cap today.
823-2212, that is the number you need to call. One of the most dangerous, dirty jobs is cleaning the gutters. Stay off the dangerous ladder. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, 20-year service record in Birmingham. And right now, for the next round viewer and listener, 45% off the retail price. Again, for more information, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Back in a moment on the next round from Atlanta and the College Football Hall of Fame.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Back with you in Atlanta. New part of mine and LT's relationship was he was just handing me this right here, and I had to ask the question, what is that? Like, what could it have been?
What did you think it was?
I said gin and tonic, Jim. What do you think it is?
I
It's
mean,
water.
it could be a Redmond and soda
Yeah.
with no lime. I would have asked for the lime, please.
I gotta be honest. This is amazing that the money that is involved in this whole operation, and there's no water.
I just think that I don't know if we're in a easy location. Somewhere
There's not.
Somewhere there's Dr. Pepper flowing out of a big Dr. Pepper fountain. I promise.
No, that's where I got this was the fountain. They've got Dr. Pepper. They've got some other things.
So I had a choice of Dr. Pepper or this.
Are you surprised
water?
you got the wrong thing?
Water
I'm trying to help. You were just complaining about the fact you're 191. So
191.7. I did not want to go.
You have a
into
scale
detail.
with you?
No, but I can tell.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just surprised that why would you not have little coolers of just bottled water?
I don't disagree.
Hit the bread a little hard in the appetizer last night.
Hey, that bread was good, wasn't it?
Sourdough, right?
Yeah, it was sourdough.
It was good.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, Rockstar's viewing menu every day here on the show. He's going to throw it out for us after LT tells you about great paintings from Daniel A. Moore.
Yeah, how about the Crimson Connection? Our friends at New Life Art excited to announce very limited number of Bryce Young prints right now. Remember, they've got that NIL deal with Bryce. They're autographed 8x10 collegiate classic prints, each personally hand-signed by Bryce and Daniel Moore, also numbered by the artist. Act quickly. Only a few available. You can order now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
6 p.m. You got a guilty pleasure of mine on HD Network, UHF from 1989 with Weird Al Yankovic. Really, really, really good film. 7 p.m.
Never seen it.
Yeah.
7 p.m.
Have
on.
you ever? Sorry. Have you ever seen him in concert?
I have not.
It is I've heard it's fantastic.
I think he should seriously do the Super Bowl halftime show. At least it'd be entertaining. I really do. I don't know why they had him. I'm not kidding. Because he does outfit changes and everything. He's clean. He's family friendly. I think he would be really funny. But we get Shakira, which was a home run, by the way. 7 p.m. on Fox, you got the MLB All-Star Game. See names like Chili Davis, Will Clark, Hideo Nomo, Jim Abbott, and Mark Grace. Am I right?
Chili Davis was the best.
That was the best.
Yes, he let off a Chili
could
Davis.
play back in the day.
Yeah, Chili Davis was
good. See them tonight. Then 9 p.m. on USA. I can't believe it's season 4, but the premiere of season 4 of Love Island, a real-time dating competition featuring a group of sexy singles isolated in a luxurious villa who must try to win a $100,000 prize by coupling up and surviving to the end. I don't know what that means.
Love Island. Love Island. Surviving to the end sounds like the part I want to see.
Coupling up.
Why don't Love Island do I have to survive to the end?
Coupling up is my highlight.
How do you get to Love Island?
Yeah.
You take a right over there.
Is it a ferry?
Yeah.
What's that, Rocky?
You take a right. You said how you get there. You just take a right. And that's what's on
Take
the
it
right.
right.
That's
All
why
right, thank you.
Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art as we continue our SEC Media Days coverage 2022 presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, our friends at Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper as we continue on over here in Atlanta. One thing that's been discussed earlier, and Will Anderson's giving the best comment, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. The Texas A&M game coming up. And how Will Anderson is saying and giving the perfect answer that it'll be addressed on the field. No need to talk about it before that. Nick Saban really wasn't bombarded with Texas A&M questions when he was on the podium.
No, I mean, the closest I was a little surprised by that too. We talked about, our takeaways from Saban. I guess so much water has gone under the bridge since he and Jimbo Lance had their dust up. And there's so much that has happened in college football as well. Look, NIL and transfer portal and all that was always going to be a topic with him this week. But the fact that USC and UCLA moved conferences, it's what we always talk about in this world anymore. Something's only a big story for a really short amount of time, and there's always something else that's going to bump it off the top line.
Before last year's upset win from A&M, you know what Alabama, their average win has been over the 3 previous seasons, which were 18, 19, and 20?
This is going to sound crazy, but I'm going to say 24 points.
Against A&M?
Yeah.
Against A&M.
Against A&M, I think the answer is 20.
No, I think it's 24. I'm going to stick with 24.
It's a little less. It's right at 20, 19 point something.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I round that up to 20.
No, I'm
You
wrong.
did.
I'm wrong.
You're incorrect.
Yeah.
You rounded wrong.
I am wrong.
I was told there'd be no math on the show today.
No,
Jim.
I am wrong. It's 23 points per game.
Thank you. I rounded up to 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was 20.
So, I mean, these games really haven't been close.
They've dominated Texas A&M, and that is it's the weirdest thing about Jimbo. My gosh, we spend a lot of time talking about Jimbo. I get it. But the weirdest thing about him is it seemed like the one hump he couldn't get over was the Alabama Nick Saban hump.
Yeah, I would lay 14 right now.
But that seemed like the one hump he couldn't get over. And then the year he finally gets over it, they get 4 losses.
Baffling.
It is baffling. It really is. I mean, he is such a baffling guy.
Well, I mean, that's, when you're climbing a mountain and you're only staring at the top of the mountain, right? You end up falling off a cliff sometimes. You're not focused on what you need to be focused on. It's one step at a time.
Okay. The time I spent with the A&M fan in the pool last year, I've told you guys that story. And he said, look, man, we need good quarterback play. We need to find a way to beat Alabama. If those things happen, we're in the college football playoff.
Well,
they got good quarterback play for one night.
Yep,
and found a way to beat Alabama with that good quarterback play. You did not do that the rest of the year.
One night. The season's a little longer than one night in College Station.
You're right.
But we learned that.
But Jimbo seemed like he had an Alabama problem, and he conquered it for 1 year. But I'm with Lance. Lance just said he would lay 14 in that game right now. I don't know if that was a bait in on a stake bet or not. I would be with you on that.
Take Texas A&M plus 14.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't touch that with a stick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd take 21 and
I was going to ask you how high it'd have to go. Over 21 and a half. If he got up to 22. Lance, can I interest you in 22?
22 possibly.
I'm not going to get that. I'm not going to go that high, but 21 and a half, I wouldn't take it. You may. I wouldn't give it either.
I wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah, I don't want to take it. Don't want to touch that one. No telling what that game's going to be like. It's the next week against Tennessee. It's scary as hell.
That's going to be Dunaway's. That's going to be Dunaway's scariest game all year. Following Texas A&M.
I would take Tennessee right now plus 14 and a half.
So you would take Tennessee plus 14 and a half.
Yeah.
Alabama the week before minus 14.
Yep. It did seem like didn't I have a stake on Texas A&M on Alabama last year against Texas A&M? It seemed like I did. I guess not because I'm still alive. People would have skinned me, hung me from the nearest tree and skinned me, stripped me down.
It seemed like there was something on that though because the line was so big. I remember us thinking, and it didn't play out the way we thought it was going to early on. And I remember thinking, well, I still think Alabama's going to win this game. There is no way they're covering the number, though.
Yeah, that was 18.
That's what I said. I was going to say it seemed like it was like 18, 17 and a half, 18 points.
As we get ready to hear Shane Beamer coming up a little bit later on, the South Carolina head coach, he is one of a number of guys who are here for their second year in the SEC. And of the second-year guys, what are we expecting of them, and which second-year head coach will have the most success?
I am going to go with Josh Heupel.
I've already said on the show today, I think he's going to be 10-2. I did this with Lane Kiffin last year. It got tricky, but I ended up being right, which probably means this is horrible news for Josh Heupel. Me being right twice in a row generally doesn't happen, but I just get this feel they're going to be 10-2.
Yeah, and I got the feel the other two second-year coaches, Clark Lee is going to be at the bottom of the East. Feel great about that. I lean Harsin in his second year finishes at the bottom of the East.
West,
excuse me.
Yep.
Shane Beamer, though.
It's a tough one, man, because I think he's gotten this program better. I think he's gotten this team better. But then I look at that annual South Carolina schedule, and I say, I'm going to have a hard time finding more than 6 wins.
Yep, that's where I am. I think this team could be better. But you've got Arkansas and A&M out of the West. You've got Clemson. And even though you've got Spencer Rattler, which is such an upgrade of the 3 different starting quarterbacks you had last year. 9 offensive returning starters. I just don't know if you can find 6 wins on that schedule.
Give me 7. If you want to improve, give me 7 wins on that schedule for South Carolina.
I don't think I can find them. So,
but you would have to in your division. You would say to get to 7, they'd need to beat Vandy. They'd need to beat Kentucky. They'd need to beat Florida and to have a shot.
And then they've got 3 out-of-conference wins with Georgia State, Charlotte, and South Carolina State. So that gets you to 6 right there. So
you got Tennessee at home.
Tennessee's at home.
Missouri's at home.
Yep.
That's Missouri. I forgot about Missouri.
Very winnable game.
That's how you get to 7. You beat Missouri. You beat Florida. You beat Vandy. You beat Kentucky. I mean, some of that's a big ass. Florida and Kentucky.
Yeah, but at Kentucky, at Vanderbilt, those are tough games.
At Vanderbilt?
I mean, not at Vanderbilt, at Florida.
Yeah, at Kentucky, at Florida.
They're tough games, but that's the only way you get to 7.
No, you're right. I mean, and that's that's Shane Beamer's job right there. Is you look at that and you're like, I mean, I can have a really good team and just get to the 7 wins. And he's, I mean, you look at that schedule and that seems absolutely right. At Arkansas week 2, I mean, that is a brutal tough game.
So as you stack them up how? How does it stack out?
I would go Heupel, Beamer, Harsin, Lee. You?
Heupel, Beamer, Harsin, Lee. I agree with that.
I think I can live with that. Yeah. I mean, it's weird because Harsin's got just as difficult, if not more difficult schedule.
He ain't gonna do worse than Clark Lee.
No. Listen, he's got a just as difficult or probably a more difficult schedule than South Carolina. Would you give me that?
They've got Clemson, and he's got Penn State.
Okay, well that wipes that, but he's also playing the West. They're playing the East.
Yeah.
So and from the East he gets Georgia.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think they've got a tougher schedule, but I feel like he's got a better chance of going 7-5. I don't know why that is.
Because one's
Auburn, got a better
Auburn,
roster,
and one's Auburn,
Yeah.
and one's South Carolina. We're conditioned to Auburn.
No, you're right
being
about
better
that.
than
Yeah,
South Carolina.
You're right about that.
But back to Vanderbilt for 1 second. You mentioned Elon is the reason they won't go defeated. But that's the only for sure. I mean, they're out of conference.
You're right.
It's not tough, but it's at Hawaii. I mean, right now Hawaii and Vanderbilt.
I mean, who knows? I got to go to Hawaii and play that game.
Wake Forest, they're not beating Wake Forest.
I agree.
At Northern Illinois.
Yeah, I mean it's not a give me. No, they could be easily 1-11. I got no problem with Clark Lee being dead last. And I got no problem with Heupel being first. It's Beamer and Harsin that I don't know what to do with.
All right, SEC Media Day coverage continues. When we come back, we'll also do our 40 and 40 team. It happens to be on Auburn's schedule, number 28, Penn State. All that's coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's today. When it's time to pop the important question, you pop it with our friends at Bromberg.
They are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
A little Penn State conversation and back to SEC Media Days as we roll on from the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta. This is the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Time now for our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 countdown, voted on by you, our viewers and listeners. And we've done this for many, many years. You guys always give us a great preseason ranking. We're at number 28 today. It is Penn State, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer.
Yes, and they are celebrating 40 years. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. And now he's bringing you the Inflation Sucks menu. Featured item of the week, the barbecue Yardbird, marinated chicken breast basted with their homemade barbecue sauce, served with a half-grilled baked potato and green beans, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited-time Inflation Sucks menu at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, Penn State is number 28 in our 40 and 40 countdown. On their schedule includes a trip to Jordan-Hare Stadium to play Auburn.
Well, they will be 1-1 when they make that trip, because I think they lose at Purdue to open the season on that first Thursday night.
Tough opening game.
It is a tough opening game in Ross-Ade Stadium, Fox 7 o'clock kick. And I think Penn State gets tripped up right out of the chute on that one, LT.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised. This will be a really good game. Yep. Sean Clifford's back. Jahan Dotson was such a big weapon for that offense. They're really going to miss him.
Is that a plus or a minus that Sean Clifford's back?
I don't know.
I think it's a plus. I mean, he started 33 games as the starter, so that accounts for something. I think there's a lot of Bo Nix and Sean Clifford, that if the parts around him were better, if the line played better, if the receivers were better, you would get a better Sean Clifford. The kid's 23 years old and 33 starts. I think that's an advantage, LT, if you can get better parts around him.
Yeah, look, and he really didn't turn the football over last year, but one of those better parts was Dotson, and Dotson onto the NFL now. I think that's going to hurt them. They're only returning 4 starters on defense. Hard to believe that James Franklin is going into year 9. And in his 8 years at State College, he's won 11 games 3 different times, which is really impressive in the Big Ten.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It has been, would you call it a mixed bag with him?
Yeah, and I was going to say, it just seems like those 11-win seasons are behind him.
But Michigan made the playoffs last year in that division, and all of a sudden, Michigan State looks like a player that we didn't think they would be under Mel Tucker. Good last year, recruiting really, really well. The NIL seems to be working, and Penn State's coming off another off season where, for a moment, it looked like James Franklin was going to bolt. He was flirting with other people and got another contract extension, another raise. There seems to be something not exactly happy in Happy Valley.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah,
I would have thought if he really wanted the USC job, because Lincoln Riley came out of left field, that James Franklin probably could have had it.
I don't think so. I think he floated it out there, and then he had that weird news conference on his field that he wasn't interested. I think, in my opinion, Lincoln Riley much better hire than
Oh,
James
absolutely.
Franklin.
That's 100%.
Once they were able to get Lincoln Riley, James
Game
Franklin
over.
was
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, Penn State is our Baumhauer's team today. They're in at number 28, and we continue the countdown tomorrow with Purdue and then an SEC team back in at LSU, who was here on the show yesterday. Thanks for Baumhauer's for giving us the countdown with our viewers all this off season, our top 40 and 40 LT.
Yeah, hey, get into Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Help him celebrate 40 years in Alabama serving up that great food. He was the first to ever bring the taste of wings to Alabama back in 1981. And right now he's got you covered on that Inflation Sucks menu. We all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Featured item of the week, barbecue Yardbird. Get in, lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Scheduled to have Jordan Battle here before the top of the hour, the Alabama defensive back. Look forward to talking to him about the additions of the team and such like that. All-Star home run derby last night, by the way. Juan Soto wins that one, your Washington National.
Yeah, it's another championship for the Nationals. Raise the banner.
That's right. He battled through all the contract talks. He keeps turning down the Nationals as they keep offering him everything, $440 million. It seems like he's going to be a Met or a Yankee at some point.
Yeah, and we'll talk with Buster about that later in the week. But there was a lot of speculation I read about that Nationals deal was one they knew he would turn down. They've got his rights, I think, for 2.5 more years. So it was one of those that let's lob out the early offer. He's going to turn it down, but it's not one of those where you could say, well, we haven't made the guy an offer. It was backloaded. And it was built in a fashion where they probably thought he was going to turn it down. Now, why you play that way, I don't know. It's clear what this guy can do. I give him the offer he wants.
I give him the offer he wants, too. He's a top 10 guy right now in baseball. And I can't believe how bad the Nationals have become. Yep. Obviously, you've lost a lot of those major parts that won a world championship back in 2019. But there's a reason Juan Soto wants out.
No, there is, but it's what happens. And I think this will rectify itself. And Buster's talked about this a couple of times before Soto has to make any sort of decisions. The Lerner family selling the team. And this is how you become that bad that quickly is when a family decides to sell the team. Why do I keep investing in it if I'm going to sell it, right?
That's right.
There are only certain investments I want to make if I'm going to sell this thing. So I think that's what you see at play here, Lance, is why they've gotten this bad this quickly. But you're right. I mean, just about everybody that was a major contributor outside of Juan Soto and a couple others from that World Championship team are going.
All right. SEC Media Days continues on, presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. When you hear the name Jordan Battle, you instantly think of the Iron Bowl play.
I do.
Right? Tank Bixby. Yep. You also think about a position group that had, we talk about the receivers that got hurt. But by the time we were playing the second half of the national championship game last year, the secondary had been hurt tremendously. And if they had been able to stay healthy and whole, I wonder if they still, even without the receivers, could have won the national championship. He had a lot of inexperience back there at the end of the season last year for Alabama.
You did, but I think Jordan Battle is one of those guys from start of season to end of season, progressed probably as much as any player in America. I mean, he started the year maybe as a little bit of an unknown in that Alabama secondary and ended the year as one of the best safeties in college football.
Yeah, I think him and Dallas Turner, if you're talking about another guy.
That's
I know
right.
We've brought him up a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan is joining us now, and as he settles in and puts his headset on, we'll tell you SEC Media Days here on the next round, brought to you by Precision Sports. And Jordan, I know you're in the fourth quarter of all the interviews today. Have you had one crazy question at all? One insane question that you still are trying to figure out why they asked you that?
Yeah, I just had a question of what was the most underappreciated fruit?
Yo,
okay.
And what is your answer?
I like that.
I said a plum.
Oh,
Up the
plum is good. Now,
plum.
do you like them when they're green?
I'm
or
a
do you-
green plum
Or do
guy.
you like it? I'm a
I like
purple
it dark.
plum.
I like purple plum.
Yeah, me and
I'm
you
purple
both.
plum.
Yeah,
I'm not a plum guy.
It's a very underappreciated fruit, according to Jordan Battle from Alabama.
We had Charles Barkley on the show and said, if you could only have one fruit for the rest of your life, what would that be? And he went with the pear. I do think the pear is a little underrated. It's a weird one to go with.
Especially from Barkley. I didn't think he'd go pear. Dude, you've been working out.
Well, you don't think he was?
I mean, you were in good shape, but I mean, you bulked up a little bit. Are you moving to linebacker? What are you doing?
Nah, just more muscle than fat now. Just getting more lean mass rather than losing the fat.
Yeah.
Do you watch what you eat?
Oh yeah, of course.
Like what have you had to cut out that you really enjoy?
Fried food. Trying to stay away from fried food. Fries, all that fried chicken. Trying to just do more protein, carbohydrates, and vegetables. Getting those veggies in.
Sounds like us, man. We had bread last night, onion rings, hash browns, mashed potatoes, and steak.
Heavy carb for us.
You wouldn't have gone with us. So the off-season workouts and everything. We talk about the offensive parts that get added through the transfer portal. Tell me what it's been like getting to know Eli Ricks and how that's going to help you guys on the backside. You're the leader back there. How does it help you be a leader back there when you got a talent like Eli Ricks joining you?
Yeah, Eli Ricks has been a great addition to the team. You can tell at first he wasn't as much as comfortable as he is now because he wasn't in the playbook as much. But now that we progressed through 7-on-7, he's looking more and more comfortable making plays, and he's a great addition to our team. And he's come along very well. He's upstairs every day, either before or after 7-on-7, getting extra film study with Coach T-Rob or with myself or with Coach Kelly. So whoever's here, he's working with.
Alabama's Jordan Battle is with us. There, obviously, this defense, a lot of is expected out of it. I know you guys expect a lot out of it. But there's discussion on which part of the defense is the best. Up front, those linebackers of that secondary, is there competition even within the defense about, hey, we're the best unit of this defense?
Yeah, of course. We have to keep it competitive, of course. We love the fact that we have a great position group in every aspect of the defense. That's also a great thing for the younger guys coming in to learn and build on. They should come in very fast and adjust very quickly and get acclimated quickly. They should have no problem learning the playbook if they're going upstairs or grabbing the player and asking for help, because we have 8 returning starters and there's vets all over, and you should know the ins and outs of the playbook.
You get to see those wide receivers in practice every day, and for a decade plus, Alabama's had elite wide receivers, including Jamison Williams and John Mechie last year.
Yeah.
Now people are like, what's it going to be like this year? Because new faces, Jermaine Burton comes in. You got Tyler Harrell from Louisville. You've got some guys like JoJo Earl that are still around. You see these guys. How good are the receivers going to be?
Yeah, they're going to be great. We have guys that can take the top off of defenses. Like you said, Jermaine Burton, Tyler Harrell, who are great additions. Very fast guys, explosive, and great route runners. So I think that helps us out as a secondary as well, knowing that we have great receivers in practice that we can compete with. That'll allow us to be more comfortable in the game. And especially with a guy like Bryce Young back there throwing the ball and getting us better as well, trying to look us off, trying to make sure we're coming down at the right time, not giving away our defense too fast, and trying to disguise our looks. And that we love that addition with the transfer receivers.
Well, you said taking the top off. If you had to put your own hard-earned money on one guy on the team, the fastest.
We're going 40. We're going 100. What are we doing?
Let's go 40. You got to take one guy.
40. I'll probably go with Tyler Harrell.
Okay.
Oh, so the new guy.
Yeah,
another new guy.
What do you think that number is?
The number
the 40.
4 too low for sure.
4 too low.
Hey,
that's good after it.
Nobody appreciates your watch game more than LT. Show him the watch. That's a good look, right?
That's my number right there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, very good.
All white.
My dad's a watch guy too.
Oh, is he really?
He's a watch guy for sure.
I love it.
What I heard there? I think you just called Lance old, didn't you? You said my dad's a watch
okay.
guy too. You just called him old. That's okay.
It's not the first time this week, my friend.
Jordan Battle, man. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of
problem.
your day and
Thank
safe
you.
trips back, man. Have a
Thank
great
you.
season.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, Jordan Battle with us there here on SEC Media Days. Man, I saw him at the end of last year. Look at it, how bulked up the guy is.
They have a program The fourth quarter
It's not
program.
like he's a freshman, LT. He's
Oh, I
been
didn't
in the
even see
program.
his Gucci's.
Yeah, he's got Gucci shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that got your attention. too.
NIL.
What kind of watch did he say it was?
I think it was just Michael Kors.
Oh,
But it was a nice looking, like the white face. And
Yeah, it was a good looking
band.
watch. Yeah.
He's decked out there.
No,
but-
I like that guy, Jordan Battle. I like his approach to the game and the way he played last year. As you mentioned, Dunaway, that secondary had a lot of fresh faces in there at times. Guys like Kool-Aid McKinstry that were forced into action. Guys in the championship game that probably Kyrie Jackson that weren't ready to be out there. And he was the traffic cop. He was the guy that was having to get those guys in place. He shouldn't have to do that this year. And I mean, let's be honest about this. Didn't the NFL tell us that Josh Jobe probably wasn't the corner maybe we thought he was at Alabama?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep.
I mean, I think the NFL draft told us that, right?
Yeah, that they saw something.
Yeah.
That we didn't necessarily see when he was in Tuscaloosa. All right, always good getting caught up with some of these players, including Jordan Battle there, as he sat down with us as our coverage continues here, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Also Tommy James Law, Culver's, Dr. Pepper, and Brownie, our friends at Wayne's, which will give you a great offer right now, Wayne's.
Jim, it is such a good deal from Wayne's right now. It's the best that they have ever offered. $100 off that Smart Pest service. Smart Pest keeps you from getting the rodent infestation. They've got 24/7 monitoring. The minute it spots that rodent in your attic, in your crawl space, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's. They send their people out to take care of it. You don't have the infestation. And you can save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service for a limited time when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES are the number one. Tell them, hey, I don't want rodents. I do want Smart Pest. And I love the next round, TNR, baby. Tell them TNR. Use that code. You get $100 off your initial service for a limited time only. That's the best deal they've offered. 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. Do not forget that code, TNR. It helps us. It helps you save. And it's a great gift from Wayne's, who loves the Next Round family.
All right. We have 2 more full hours to go. I'm right about that, right? On the other side. That includes Roman Harper, who will be with us. Mike Leach on the podium will be with us.
Tentatively, Nick Saban.
Rick Neuheisel will be with us. Maybe Nick Saban. Definitely Bryce Young.
I don't think we can do that in 2 hours.
All that's still to come in 2 hours. And a few commercials along the way. We appreciate.
I do know we could do that.
Appreciate all the fine folks who have brought us over here today. The second half of the podium is getting close to cranking up here with Shane Beamer of South Carolina, the guy that's due up next on the podium down in the main arena here.
He's an easy guy to buy into.
Oh, he really is.
And you know, I know part of that is he came on our show and he was a really good interview, so we automatically fall in love with those people. I do not deny that. We've always said that, but I think he's an easy guy to like and pull for if you don't hate South Carolina. I mean, obviously Clemson fans won't, but I think he's an easy guy.
Yeah, and I don't, and this is weird, after last year, I don't associate him with his father anymore.
I really don't either. You thought, and I think we all thought, that last name probably was the reason he got that job.
I mean, look, he was a special teams coach, and I'm sure he was well respected, and obviously in year one, he blew away expectations, but I just always thought Frank Beamer's kid. I just don't think that anymore.
Yeah, me either. And he earned that respect to where he's not in his dad's shadows anymore. So it's funny to see how people grow out of those shadows a little bit. Something that you have seen, Bryce Young do out of Mac Jones's shadow, and he did that very well, winning the Heisman Trophy earlier. Mac Jones did it out of the Tua shadow and did that very well. And we'll see who's the next to grow out of the shadows at places like South Carolina, and then later today, Mississippi State and Mike Leach, who will make their way here. All right, SEC Media Days continue. Roman Harper scheduled to be with us next. Stay with us. This is the Next Round live from Atlanta on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
888-848-9214. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
2 more live hours from SEC Media Days at the College Football Hall of Fame, presented by a title sponsor, Precision Sports, also by Tommy James Law, the wonderful folks at Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and our friends at Dr. Pepper.
And our good friend, Roman Harper, SEC Network and ESPN. You saw him on SportsCenter this morning. He joins us now in a sharp suit. That is a good one right there, Harp.
Well,
How are
thank you, guys. I'm doing well, man. The Sox match and, just trying to put it all together.
Do you, is your Taylor in New Orleans or Charlotte?
New Orleans, but I have multiple. So, yeah. New Orleans.
multiple.
This is a New Orleans guy. This is my New Orleans tape.
Did you keep your New Orleans pad still?
I do have my New Orleans football pads.
No, no. Your pad, your place down there.
I'm more interested in the
I'm more
interested in the football pad.
I was like, actually, I do have my pads still.
I don't know why you're interested in that, but I do.
I do, actually. I actually traded in my New Orleans pads because I like the fit of the Carolina Panthers ones a little bit better as I continue to get older. But so I just took those and brought them back to New Orleans. Of course, the back flap, it was blue. We had to change that out, put it more black and gold. So then it kind of like, when I have my, my jersey up pregame, I don't look like I'm rocking Carolina blue stuff. It's just all the little details. It's a lot of details that go on.
Hey, you're younger than Brady. Do you think you could play a half? Like if somebody said, "Hey, look, train for the next couple of months." I mean, you work out all the time. One of the reasons you're doing our show right now instead of later is you want to go get a workout.
Who was the DB for the Rams that came in last year at the Super Bowl?
Weddle.
Yeah, Eric Weddle.
Yeah, I was so happy for Weddle.
Yeah,
I mean. Yes, short answer, probably. But at the end of the day, I mean, Nick did just tell me earlier on the set that he's like, Roman, man, you still can play a little bit. I'm like, Coach, I can give you at least 3 to 5 plays. He's like, oh, you give me more than that. So I'm like, I appreciate it. So that means the suit's fitting right today.
Yeah, that's right. You look good. I've seen a number of players in your situation, though, that I know have made good money in the league, and they go into coaching, and that seems crazy to me because that is a different world, man.
Well, the grind.
Yeah.
The grind is completely different, and you got to be built for it. You got to be ready for it. I wanted to, in my mind, I was always like, I wanted to be around for my kids a little bit more. My dad was a coach. He only coached high school, but he was still gone all the time. And when he wasn't gone, that means I was up at the field house with him and being bored out of my mind, tackling dummies and just being around it. But I wouldn't change anything. But, this is a great even battle where, I get to be around the game still. I get to see it as much as I still want to. I get to be in the environment just like everybody else, but I'm not actually there breaking down tape for
you get to sleep. And
yeah,
stay home
I get to sleep. Yeah, and I get to sleep in my own bed every night.
But it is a grind. You work more than just when you're on television. What did you do before this event came up, which really sort of starts your countdown to your full slate? Do you have any time off that you enjoyed this summer?
Oh, yeah. So I spent 30 days in San Diego with my father-in-law and my family. So we all came out there. We were out there for 30 days. We did Disneyland. We did Universal Studios. I've been on a couple other trips. I go to Miami this week coming up for a 50th birthday party of my friend. For me, this is a vacation. Anytime I'm not with my kids, I'm on vacation. So this is like another break for me. And just being able to sit up here and talk to you guys and everybody else and talking ball, it's so fun for me. So leading up to all that, I watched the biggest things I tried to break down were all the transfer quarterbacks. So I went back last year, watched a whole bunch of tape. I watched Jackson Dart. I watched Spencer Rattler. I've watched countless people. I watched a whole bunch of Oklahoma tape because I want to see and imagine what Oklahoma's offense with Lincoln Riley is going to look like on the West Coast under USC. So I watched Addison, the receiver from Pittsburgh, some of his good, bad, some other things. So really kind of just honing in on my skill set. So then when anybody asks me any question, I might be able to spit a couple facts out to them about any particular player. My wife says I'm the king of that, like not knowing a lot, but just knowing just a little bit, just to be able to get through every conversation there is out there.
And a couple things you can wrap around that.
And she's like, you say it so confidently too, and you just like people just believe you.
One thing I've learned is you can be wrong, but never lack confidence.
Yeah,
right? People are like, oh, maybe he's right.
They don't even remember that. They don't even remember when I was wrong last year, whatever I said.
So of all those transfer quarterbacks you watch, I mean, we've seen flashes. I've seen Spencer Rattler look really good, and then there's inconsistencies. Same with Caleb Williams. Same with Jackson Dart. I mean, who looks the best to you?
Well, if you're bringing in Caleb Williams, it's Caleb Williams. He looks the best because he has the ability to throw it deep. He is a true dual threat quarterback. When he breaks the pocket, you better watch out, especially when he's rolling to his right. You must not allow him, if I'm a defense, to get to his right side trying to break the pocket because now the whole field's open. If you make him go to his left, it's a total different ball game. He's more of just a scrambler versus a guy that's creating more time extending plays to throw it. Spencer Rattler, he has bad habits. He must nullify or get rid of these bad habits, which is stepping up and climbing up in the pocket, not fading out. Bo Nix would also do this a lot when his time at Auburn, where now he's not just stepping up and climbing in the pocket. He's fading to his right. He's fading out of the pocket. That makes you throw more off your back foot. that makes the ball elevate, and now you're late on throws or you can't do that. And also, he's just a little bit late in pulling the trigger, where now he's reading it. He's going through his progression, 1, 2, and 3, check downs 4. He's looking at 1. Oh, I don't like that. 2, I think it's going to come open, I think. And he's late. And now you can't deliver to 3. If he does throw it, it's intercepted or it's just a bad throw. So those are the things he must get better at. And if he does that, the sky's the limit. We all forget, just this time last year, he, according to Sports Illustrated, was going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft and to win the Heisman. So he has talent. That's not the issue. It's those habits that have crept into his game that he must eliminate, and then he'll be good.
A guy who was in our new spot last year, Hendon Hooker. LT said it on the show last week. You said it on SportsCenter today. That Tennessee game is in a weird spot for Alabama.
It's the scariest game on the schedule for me if I'm an Alabama fan, just because, you go to Arkansas, then you come back and you're going to be full of piss and vinegar for Texas A&M. You are ready. All right. Not only that, but your head coach is ready too. All right. He said that him and Jimbo are great today, but we all know deep down, I don't know if Jimbo's great with him, and things have been said, and you have to get rid of it. So you're going to have your coaches back. So you have all that, and then next you know, you get all these emotions for 2 straight weeks, and you go into Neyland Stadium, a team that none of you got. It's not even a rivalry to most fans anymore, right? They forget it's the 3rd Saturday in October. They haven't beat them in however many years, and this Tennessee team is different. Hendon Hooker coming back really solidified some things offensively. Josh Heupel, they're going to put up points versus anybody they play against. You got to have your mind and your intensity up as well. You can't just creep into this game and think we're just going to handle our business. You must be mentally, physically, and emotionally, especially emotionally, ready to go. And this is a scary, scary game for me going into Neyland Stadium because I know personally how loud it gets there.
Yeah, Roman Harper is with us, SEC Network and ESPN, and there is a chance he's on the Johnson RV Center hotline. There's a chance, we looked at this earlier, they could be undefeated. I mean, imagine that. It's been a while, but they could be.
It wouldn't shock me.
No.
I wouldn't be thrown off if Tennessee's undefeated.
Yeah.
I got Tennessee as the 3rd best team right now in the SEC. I will continue to say that, and hopefully I look good at the end of the year. But it all depends on health too. Hendon Hooker is the one that's really making me say, all right, I'm looking at quarterback play, consistency mixed in with a great offense where they're going to put up points in bunches. If they can be ahead of the chains on 1st and 2nd down, that's where they really get dangerous offensively. And defensively, they got to be more opportunistic. They got to create more turnovers. And I'm not saying you got to be dominant. Not at all. You just need to create turnovers. You got to be good in the red zone. So making teams kick field goals and not scoring, giving up touchdowns, because touchdowns won't beat Tennessee. I mean, field goals won't beat Tennessee. And getting a couple 3rd down stops here and there, they're going to be just fine.
You've got them 3rd best in the SEC, which means you've got them 2nd in the SEC East.
Correct.
Last year, that 2nd team was Kentucky. People back to quarterbacks hyping up Will Levis to another level.
How do you feel about that, LT?
I think he's a good quarterback, but I just don't see what everybody's seeing. Or I mean, these scouts get paid for a reason, but you played in the league. I mean, you tell me.
Well, he's got a big arm. He's athletic. But when you're a quarterback that can jump over people, and you win games like they did last year, and they looked explosive for the first time in Kentucky, I think all of those things kind of matter. My biggest issue with Will Levis is he must take better care of the football. And maybe he has that jump like Matt Corral did from his junior to senior year, where Matt Corral turned the football over in bunches at times his junior year. And all he did was, I'm not going to turn, my only focus is I don't care about my stats and touchdowns. I just want to not turn the football over, and my team will naturally be better because of that. If Will Levis does that, they will be in competition for that 3rd spot in the SEC because they will naturally be better. That was his biggest knock for me, was his decision-making, the interceptions. He looked terrible versus some teams. And you're like, why is he throwing that? It's just because the play call is a deep throw. Doesn't mean you're supposed to throw it. It's 3 people back there.
Right.
It's 3 people back there. Like, you don't have to throw that. Take the check down, get 12 yards, and we'll go on. That's a great play. So those are the things that I want to see him continue to improve on, and not feel that, oh, man, I got to be the man on campus. I want to eat bananas with a pill. I want to do all these other things, and I got to be the man. No, being the man is leading it and doing it in the right way, that you don't have to win the game on every single throw. And if he does that, that will go a long way for Kentucky's success.
Oh boy, you talk a lot about Tennessee maybe being the third best in the league behind Georgia and
Tennessee
Alabama.
fans are just loving this.
Oh, don't you know it?
They like, oh, put Roman on TV more.
but I'm sitting in College Station. I'm saying, man, I'm paying my coach all this money. How are we not the third best team in the SEC, Roman?
Well, it's because, because A&M is like, a junior high girlfriend. It's a lot of disappointment in there. There's a lot of disappointment in there. Every year I show up, and I'm believing the hype. I looked at their last recruiting cycles, and that they have the last 4 years. Their recruiting has been in 2022. They were first. In 21, they were seventh. In 2020, they were sixth. In 2019, they were third. So it's not like they're just all of a sudden now started getting great recruiting classes. No, this has been who they are. They continue to do these things. And now I'm expecting more and more and more. Last year was one of the most disappointing seasons I'd ever seen from a team. I'm expecting Texas A&M to be that team, and they let me down again. So I just, once they do it, then I'll be like, okay. Now what they did do was they beat Alabama. That was great. But then they followed it up with a terrible loss to like Mississippi State or whoever it was the following week. So they have to get over these inconsistencies. And until they do, I'm not ready to bet my house or the money on them yet. That's just my call. I like what Tennessee did because the expectations were low and they over exceeded, Matt. So I'd rather you sell me low and over deliver than me actually like you selling me something really high and then underperforming.
Roman Harper on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline with us live in Atlanta, the SEC Media Days. You said you looked at these transfer quarterbacks. Zach Calzada is at Auburn, and if he wins the job, I mean, there's apparently doubt he's even going to win the job. But if he does, how can Brian Harsin get more of the Alabama game from him and less of the rest of the schedule from him?
You're just saying that I'm banking on the more experience he has, he's going to continue to get better.
That didn't seem to be the case, though.
It did not. And we're going to lean on Tank Bigsby. And not only that, we're not just going to turn around and hand it to him. We want to get him the football in different areas. We want to throw it to him. We're going to do all these other things. And so you got to be creative. I also think the other quarterback to come into play may be Robbie Ashford, the quarterback that was at Oregon from Hoover, transferred back when Bo Nix went to Oregon. Man, this transfer situation is crazy. It's crazy. It's like all over the place. But I think he could also have something to say about it too, an athletic young quarterback. But Calzada must be more consistent. I don't know. I don't have the answer because he was so inconsistent at times. He looked great at games, but then from drive to drive, he could look like a completely different quarterback, not even from game to game. So they have to find some kind of rhythm. Harsin bringing in Keesaw as the OC, maybe it's going to be more of the flavor of what he wants to see on a game-to-game basis. And so we're going to see. A lot's riding on this Auburn, not only quarterback, but everybody has a lot riding into this season on how successful they are. And with Auburn, you know how it is. It's all about it's about the environment that you're in as well. It's not about just winning the game. Like at Auburn, like I don't want close wins versus a Georgia State. Like they're not wanting that. They want to look good. They want to be able to compete. And how you win those 7 or 8 games, if they get that many this year, will matter.
Yeah.
So we know you love trash TV.
No question.
Have you watched Love Island?
I have.
Okay, so Rockstar brought it up back in the studios in Birmingham, and he said it was on the viewing menu tonight. We have no idea what Love Island is. Can you explain?
I mean, it's like.
Would you have been good on Love Island at 22?
Oh, my God. Well, the thing is, it's like, because it's one show where, like, you can't do anything. There's, like, no hooking up, right? And then that's like, oh, if you do anything, they fine you. But, like, Love Island, it's like everybody's kind of coming together, and you're looking for this, and then they bring in some. No, that's I'm trying to think, because it's like 3 or 4 that are all kind of similar, because they bring the X on the Beach is one of them, too. Yeah, so it's like, it's 3 or 4 of these. They understand, look, as much as I can get young ladies and young men in smaller and smaller bikinis because they continue to get smaller and smaller the last 3 or 4 years.
They really do.
The ratings will continue to get up. As more butt floss I can put on the TV and get away with it, it's better for our ratings. And that's all they're doing. They're just trying to get less and less clothes out there. They're in bikinis all the time. I mean, they're cutting people in a bikini, and they're dressed up. Everybody's, tanned up and looking good. it's a very intriguing show. I would say that.
How's our man Pep doing?
Pep's doing great. You know, he's in Giannis, Texas. His living in Texas has done Pep about what Ed does. Living in Texas does to everybody. I'm pretty sure he has more guns. His political views are narrowing in even more. He's becoming more of a Texan. He got away from his Alabama roots, where I felt like we kind of changed him a little bit, and now he's like in the middle of nowhere. He's married to a former barrel racer, so he's mostly on the farm and working the farm with horses. And I'm like, Pep, you ride horses? He's like, yeah. I'm like, bro, you got to be the darkest brother I know. Ride horses, dog. But you're my boy. I love him to death. He has 2 kids now, a boy and a girl. He's doing well, man. That's just like, he's just living the dream. What's up? What's up?
You make it sound like Pep blinked twice if you're being held hostage. You're riding horses? We'll get you
I
out of here.
couldn't believe it. He's got boots.
That is crazy.
He's riding horses. I'm like, dude.
All right, he is Roman Harper. See him all season long on the SEC Network and ESPN. At Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram, where you get the fashion.
That is correct.
Is your alias at the Hotel Sergeant Spoon?
It is not. It's
okay.
It is.
Well, be careful now.
Yeah, I was like, did I really want to
No,
tell
you
it?
don't. No, you do not.
I really want to tell
Our
it.
growing audience, you don't want to tell it.
Yeah, it's like,
Not many people watch, but some do.
well, thank you. It is not though. It is not Sergeant Spoon. That is old school. That is what Pep gave me in our mad adventures of college.
I'll just never forget you had somebody sign the magazine. Can you sign that to Sergeant Spoon?
Yeah, well, that's why I was having my Playboy collection at the time. So we can keep going into a dark place. But my new alias is now Romeo Gonzalez.
You look like a Romeo Gonzalez.
That's exactly why.
Romeo Gonzalez.
On Love Island.
All right, Romeo Gonzalez for the SEC Network. Thank you, Romeo.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you always having me.
All right, buddy. Good
You're
to talk.
always fantastic. SEC Media Day coverage continues after this quick timeout, and always brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Interesting comments from Kirby Smart today, or in a recent interview, where he was talking about that he was at one point considering hanging it up, retiring, resigning.
Kirby was, huh?
Yeah.
As the head coach of Georgia?
Yeah. We'll get into that a little bit more coming up.
That is an interesting comment,
Wow.
Jim.
Yeah.
You did not oversell that one.
Yeah. I'm reading the comments right now for the first time, but
Yeah.
the headline says Kirby Smart, I was ready to step down and resign. I was done. Reading from Football Scoop. About 13 months ago, before their national title run in January, Kirby Smart shares he was ready to hang up his whistle. And it goes back to, just the frustrations of the job and how the healthy work environment of the balance and everything was starting to weigh on him.
It's got to be a grind, man. We were talking with Harper about that just a moment ago. Guys that I know made a lot of money in the league and they go into coaching. I have never, I'm built differently than those guys too, though. I don't want the grind. I know, maybe that makes me a lesser person in some people's eyes, but I don't embrace the grind.
Oh, and especially if you've already earned it. I
Yeah.
mean, those guys have been in the league forever. Now, a lot of those guys maybe lost their money.
Yeah.
Spent their money, and they need money.
Some of them I think are just addicted to the grind, though, no joke. But I want time off. I want to hang with my family. I want to play some golf. I want to go and take a nap on the bed swing if I want to. I don't want the grind. Those guys don't get those things. It's the grind 24/7 for them. And it's worse now than it's ever has been or ever will be.
Yeah. He tells Sam Kahn Jr. this from The Athletic. And he basically goes back that it was not a healthy work-life balance. And that, coming out of the pandemic, they were working all the time. So he's in, this year, after winning the national championship, he's put in, Mondays and Fridays restrictions on his coaching staff to spend more time away from the offices.
I'll tell you
something to battle.
I'll tell you who did. There was no notorious. I don't think notorious is the word I'm looking for, but who was known for doing that was Bob Stoops. In the summer, their coaches would be away from the facility for a couple months.
It worked.
And basically I think he'd have one guy that would rotate in that would basically handle all the recruiting inquiries and things like that. But other than that, he encouraged his people to be out and be with their family.
Yeah, Bill Snyder was the same way.
Yeah. And I don't know that I hate to even say this because it sounds so bad, but I don't know that you can do that and win big anymore. I don't know the way recruiting is right now that you can operate into that system and still be a big time winner.
Well, it's 365 days a year now. It literally is.
Well, I just wonder if you can, if these guys are built to do it as long as Nick Saban has done it. I mean, just think of how many years he has done it at a work level that very few people do it at. And Kirby comes from that tree, so he was doing it at that, and he's like, man, I was ready to resign.
Yeah, but even that was not the level it is now. You know, the level he's killed himself at for years is not the level where this whole thing is now.
Yeah. Let's get to.
I mean, she just stopped it.
I mean, she doesn't care about the camera at all. That's twice. Yeah. Hey, we continue now. SEC Media Days presented by our friends at Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, and of course, Precision Sports. And Trash Every Day is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Thank you for today, Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen, and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. You guys like the movie Ocean's 11, right?
Oh, I did like Ocean's 11.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
In a heist that sounds like it came straight out of Ocean's 11, an estimated $150 million in jewelry was reportedly stolen from an armored Brinks vehicle that was bound from the Bay Area to Southern California. KPIX says that the gems, some of which were sapphire and 19-karat yellow gold, were going to be showcased at the International Gem and Jewelry Show in Pasadena. A direct-to-consumer jeweler show says it sells loose gems.
All right, is Dunaway making it worse? Yeah, 100% he is. Yeah.
I mean, I would just let it
Rockstar,
go.
do you think Dunaway's making it worse?
Yes, I mean it's going to happen, guys. You know,
It's going to happen. But
I mean,
Jim,
there's people talking; they can't move.
I know it has killed Jim for 4 hours now.
I mean, he just accosted a dude.
No,
it's all he can focus on, though.
I'm just laughing at the one girl that
No, the one that
jumped
skipped
through.
was hilarious.
Well, she was in a hustle, and she almost caught her foot. I mean, she almost went down.
It was going to be phenomenal video for Scott to.
But she skipped down there to get to her area to secure her area and block everybody off. It's crazy.
Yeah, she's
road
still.
shows.
I mean, she's been back and forth. We still got an opportunity for her to go down. Anyway,
I'm tripping her next time.
KPIX says the gems, some of which were sapphire and 19-karat yellow gold, were going to be showcased at the International Gem and Jewelry Show in Pasadena, a direct-to-consumer jewelry show that sells loose gems, watches, and accessories. Now, the merchandise was reportedly loaded inside of the Brinks vehicle last Sunday evening, and by Monday morning, about 24 lockers were gone, and so were the 18 vendors' livelihoods. Brinks issued the following statement to KPIX. Quote, earlier this week, a loss incident involving a Brinks vehicle occurred near Los Angeles. We are working with law enforcement. We will fully reimburse our customers for the value of their assets that were stolen in accordance with the terms of our contract. That's crazy, man.
That is crazy. I loved Ocean's 13.
$150 million.
It feels like they're just flat copying Ocean's 13.
I wonder if it was that complex. I guess to get $150 million probably has to be.
Well, I would imagine so.
You would say
yeah.
these are professionals?
I would imagine they had a really good plan.
Not copper thieves.
Yes.
How about this? A British man is dead and a woman believed to be his partner severely injured after what has been described as a sex game gone horribly wrong.
That sounds awful, Lance.
Now, a chambermaid at a
I'm tired of being the pirate.
Chambermaid at a luxury hotel in Florence, Italy, raised the alarm after the British woman, who was covered in cuts and bruises, begged for help. Paramedics rushed to the four-star Hotel Continental in central Florence, and the woman was taken to a nearby hospital where she is reported to be in serious but stable condition. 40-year-old British man who died is understood to have suffered a seizure while taking part in a sex game with his 43-year-old partner. Now, a local police source told Mail Online the people involved are both British, And at the moment, we are working on two
That
theories.
seems to be the least most important detail of this.
An
They're
erotic-
both British.
So, okay, they're British. All right.
An erotic game that went wrong or some sort of domestic argument, but the general direction is that of an erotic game. Now, the man described by the Daily Mail as an amateur league rugby player was found with a series of cuts, bruises, and other injuries on his body. And yeah, he had some kind of seizure.
That is very unfortunate.
We really didn't get good details on this sex game. I don't really understand. I mean, what were they playing?
I don't know, but it sounds like he lost.
Yeah.
Well, why is it going to be part of the Beer Olympics next year? I mean,
Wow.
What games are you playing?
I'm just wondering. I mean, they call it sex games, and the dude died.
Yeah.
And how does he die from a seizure during sex games?
Doesn't sound like it was Flip Cup, does it?
I mean, I guess if he was gagged or something, right?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd kill
Swallow
you.
his tongue.
Yeah.
This one out of Houston. Authorities need your help locating a man that bought a face mask at a convenience store, then used it to rob the same store. Now, the Houston Police Department said the aggravated robbery happened at about July 4th around 4 a.m. The man walked into the convenience store. Officials stated he pretended to be a customer, bought a face mask, then hung around the store until some customers left. According to the reports, while he waited around, the clerk walked from behind the cash register to the front of the store to restock merchandise. Security footage from the store showed the man walking back towards the register. The man then put the face mask on, pulled out a gun from his waistband. The footage shows the man using the gun to force the clerk to unlock the enclosed area where the cash register was. Reports stated he demanded money from the cash register. Clerk placed the money in the bag, and the man ran out of the store in an unknown direction, and he has not been found.
Oh.
How do you get away with that? Seems like a dummy crime. Like, you would buy the mask at one place.
That's right.
Houston's got a million convenience
Yeah,
stores.
but you're going to go back to that one.
Just stay it in that one.
Yeah.
Do you guys know who ex-UFC star Felice Herring is?
I do not know who Felice Herring is.
No.
Um,
Somewhere less than Brock Lesnar?
She might be one of your new favorites, Dunaway.
is she?
Former
Good
UFC
feet.
star is continuing to make bank by selling her used socks and pictures of her feet to her adoring fans.
All right.
Now, Felice, 37, announced she was stepping down from her career at the Ultimate Fighting Championship last month before signing a deal with Bare Knuckle Fight Club. She told TMZ she is living comfortably with the profits she is making off of OnlyFans.
Felice, what's her last name?
Herring.
Oh, we're doing a Google search here on this?
Herrig. Now, she uses the adult photo subscription service, she said, to take pictures of her feet. She is now also used socks. She's now selling $150 each. Said the money she gets from these pictures of socks and feet allows her to fight at her leisure rather than to have to fight constantly to make money.
What do you think, Dunaway?
Felice Nava, no.
Is it terrible?
Not good.
Well, I can't.
Well, how can you have good feet being a UFC
Exactly. I was
fighter?
going to say, I don't imagine they've got good feet.
I just a very, very large feet. Large feet.
Tell me if this interests you guys at all. Do y'all like musicals?
Not particularly, no.
Yeah, I'm not a huge musical guy. Lionsgate has unveiled plans for the yacht rock musical comedy Sailing, Woody Harrelson in talks to star.
Wow. I like Woody Harrelson there.
The musical comedy will follow the trials and tribulations of a group of 1970s musicians discovering the smooth sounds and lifestyle from yacht rock. Now, the soft rock music genre dominated FM radio during that period.
I don't really know what the definition of yacht rock is. I mean, I know it's music you play on your boat.
It's like Doobie Brothers,
what's that rock
Toto.
I think it's just like, wasn't it late 70s soft rock? I
thought-
think that's what yacht rock
I thought
is.
Rockstar was about to go, because Rockstar, haven't you done a yacht rock concert?
No, I had to play a DJ and play stuff. It's stuff like, I would say, Journey, Toto. It's a weird amount of people. Lance had it nailed on. I can't remember the rest of them, but it's
Doobie
something.
Brothers.
Yeah, Doobie Brothers.
Yeah.
Hall &
Christopher
Oates.
Cross.
Yeah.
John Fogelberg.
Bunch of shit I don't want to
Dan
listen to.
Fogelberg,
honestly.
John Fogerty. Those are two different people.
They are two different people, yes.
Ingrid Humpelberg. What was the guy's name?
Engelberg Humperdinck.
You know what would be cool, though? We could do like one off-beaten path summer day in June, we'll say.
Yeah.
Do the next round the musical. The whole show's a musical.
Wow. You think we could do that?
Yeah. Didn't Lebertard just do that?
Are we going to
Yes,
hire
actually,
actors
he
for
did.
us?
Yeah.
Hey, Dunaway loves plagiarizing.
No, he doesn't.
We'll do it
But
next year. We'll be plagiarizing.
You know what?
them.
Dunaway does not like people plagiarizing us.
Oh, I know.
He loves to plagiarize.
Or
other
walking in
people.
front of our camera.
I'm still laughing at you. Rockstar, tell me what the reaction was back in the room there when Dunaway accosted that
Well,
guy.
I can't imagine the foot tap count that's going on right now with old Dunaway. That thing has been going haywire for the whole show.
LT had the table shaking a minute ago.
But the accosting a man that's unknowingly walking in front of a camera and just like, hey, buddy.
Well, he was the third one. He was the last one in the line.
Was there an audible reaction in the production room there?
This is the next round featuring SEC Media Days. You should know that.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising costs or gas prices, and now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high-interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is that possible? Home values are also on the rise. That means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and much more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And as always, this hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Of all the stuff we're missing here at SEC Media Days this year, it's the great home cooking of Sterling and the folks at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can't beat their wonderful food, including the fried chicken fingers that are hand cut by Sterling. They're unbelievable and they're huge. Really fill you up in a plate full of 4 of those and great sides. Also the wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and so much more. Champy'sChicken.com. Win your tailgate this football season with Champy's Chicken. Bryce Young still to come, so too Rick Neuheisel, and a lot more on the show. Should I go down there and get her name so we can super her? And when we showed the replay,
I mean, Forrester would have had the most amazing GIF had she actually fallen. I mean, to leap through the camera was something, but Lance is right. She almost busted.
I mean, it caught her. She's got flip-flops on.
I know.
Yeah. Well, she leads the way. I've got her at 3 going in front of our camera. Nobody else has gone 2. She's the only multiple winner of going in front of our camera.
She does not break stride.
Well, she's down there in Jacksonville, man. Just go stand in the camera shot.
Well, Matt Hayes.
He comes on the show a lot.
He's our friend.
You're going to have to ruin a relationship
to piss him off.
You have to be Jimmy.
Could be his wife.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know.
Wife slash producer.
Yeah, never know.
Slash roommate.
Yeah.
You never know who.
Never know.
Never know who.
Never know who you're accosting.
She hustled too much to be his wife.
Still trying to earn that paycheck.
That is a great scouting report. You're 100% right. Nichols Outfitters suits you up. We'll take a quick break after Brownie tells us about Nichols.
Nichols Outfitters, Jimmy Dunaway has got that brand new fishing department. You are not going to recognize what you see there. If you haven't been in a while, you'll be stunned at how great that fishing department looks. All the brands too: Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing. All you've been asking for in the new fishing department, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205 542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Back with you on the next round, SEC Media Days coverage. We're about to hear from Bryce Young from earlier, but first, LT, tell us about our presenting sponsor, our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, just a great sponsor here on the next round. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Oh, by the way, Dabo Sweeney speaking moments ago said we're heading into this fall camp. I've never gone into a fall camp with a quarterback room like we have on this team.
Is that good or bad?
He likes his quarterback room in Klubnik and DJ Uiagalelei.
Yeah.
Who do you think will end up being the guy?
I think it'll be DJ.
I think it'll be
hey,
DJ.
He's got a bounce back season. I think he's actually going to be one of the better stories in football.
I think he could be.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him really good. It was last year was so weird.
I know.
Yeah, and I agree with Brown. He'll be one of the better stories in college football because of the bounce back. Good quarterback room at Clemson, great quarterback room in Tuscaloosa. Bryce Young is the guy over there. He had a chance to catch up with us earlier. This, of course, in the hour brought to you by our friends at ChampiesChicken.com. Here's our conversation with the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, with us now at SEC Media Days. How are you today, Bryce?
I'm blessed. I'm good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. What has the offseason been like for you with all that you accomplished last year and the notoriety that your name has after 1 year as a starter? What has that offseason been like?
Yeah, I think it's been a big emphasis on just the team and making sure that we're all together. There's been some new additions on offense, so making sure that we're all on the same page, getting timing down, having a lot of open conversation, what I like, what they like, and then coming together. I feel like that's been our most effective way of being efficient. So trying to get that stuff down, and then just making sure that we're working on the small things from a culture standpoint at the school, leadership wise. We've all had an emphasis of making sure that we're doing the right things, doing the little things throughout the off season, and that's been really important to us. So I think those are the biggest things for me.
Where do you keep your Heisman Trophy?
My parents have it.
Is it like on a mantle, a sports room?
Yeah, they I guess they were bored this off season, so they have like a little and my dad has like a little office, and then it's like an office slash they keep like all my awards and stuff in there. So
That's a big one. I was going to ask you, do you have like we see the Heisman House, the commercials. Do you have like past Heisman winners numbers in your phone now?
Yeah. I know a couple of guys, have a couple of their numbers. I was just around a lot of them. So yeah, it definitely is it's a brothers fraternity. So all those guys have been super supportive, and obviously a lot of those guys have had tremendous success at the next level too, and then obviously they've all had amazing collegiate careers. So just to be able to know them and be able to reach out and have the conversation I've had with them has been really cool.
Great individual awards, but since you arrived at Alabama, you've been team. How important is it for team goals this year for you to reach the mountaintop?
Yeah, that's everything, and that's really been everything since I've been here. And that's a huge reason why I want to come to Alabama, and why I'm so happy that I'm here is because when you're able to, when you're at Alabama, all you have to do is focus on the team. When you focus on the team and the team has success and you accomplish your team goals, 9 times out of 10, the individual goals that you have for yourself are going to come true too. So for me, it's not about, anything individual. It's not about trying to do this or anything stat wise. It's just about winning. And that's, again, a great thing about being at Alabama when you have this platform, this stage, and you play in the SEC. When you win, especially at this position, good things happen. So that's all I'm focused on.
Part of that, though, was a reset at receiver, Bryce, and you'll be throwing the ball to some guys that you didn't even have on the field last year. How have you tried to acclimate those guys into the Alabama offense?
Yeah, like you said, it's gonna be new faces. Some by coming from different programs. Some have been in the program, and people aren't maybe as acclimated as they are gonna be during the year. But I think it's just for me, it's really exciting. I'm getting to throw to new guys, and also watching guys that I've seen were in the same class or younger, just seeing them step into a new role and become the players that they've been working so hard to be. And I've seen them all put in so much work. So I'm excited for in the future all that to come to light publicly.
Jermaine Burton, one of those guys. I mean, how crazy is this portal got? You're playing against this guy less than a year ago for a national championship, and this guy was playing at a high level, and now he's your teammate. It's crazy.
Yeah. And Jermaine, he spent some time in California during high school, from Georgia, but spent some time in California. So I've known him since high school. I've known him for a while. And yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think, again, we played them twice last year, and obviously in really big stages both times. And, now with him being with us, it's crazy what, that you're allowed to do that. But again, I think it's good that you're allowed to, do what's best for you. Again, everyone's going to have their own opinion. Everyone's going to feel one way or another about it, which, is every fan or everyone who follows football that's their right. But at the same time, knowing Jermaine, he did what he felt like was best for him. And I feel like it's good that people are able to have that opportunity. And I know how hard he works, how much time he dedicates to the game. So being able to work with him now that he's with us has been a great opportunity. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm super excited to watch him this year.
Listen, I know you don't shy away from contact, but quarterbacks at times have to appreciate the non-contact jersey in practice, especially when you have a guy like Will Anderson on the other side. I mean, when we interview him, he scares me, and I don't hold the football. Are you happy for the non-contact? The guy's a beast.
I think Will's more happy. I think, if I would probably be running him over more in practice if it wasn't for the. But no, definitely that having that black jersey with Will out there. Yeah, that's so really it's really convenient. But yeah, I mean, Will, everyone knows how dominant he is on the field. But I don't know if people know how hard he works to get there. He's someone that is a huge leader for us. Great, in the locker room, and again, just practices extremely hard, works extremely hard in the weight room. works hard on conditioning, and also a really amazing guy, someone I'm really close with, just a great dude. So I'm definitely happy that Will's on our team and that I don't have to go against him.
Okay, final question. You talked about California. Settle a debate. These guys think In-N-Out is overrated.
Way overrated.
I love In-N-Out.
So many better burgers in the
Where are
South.
you right now?
I think In-N-Out's cool. I like In-N-Out. In-N-Out's good. Most of the time when I go back, I'll try to sneak In-N-Out in there. But like I think it's good. I think people can gas it a little bit. I think people can overhype it just a touch. I wouldn't say it's like the best out there. It's not like for me the go-to burger place, but it's good in like moderation, I'd say.
In moderation, like most things.
Okay,
Yeah.
he's middle of the road on
Fantastic.
this.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm
That is-
surprised. I
don't appreciate the disrespect though. It's definitely better than Whataburger. So I don't like when people like say it's terrible, but it's not the best.
And there you go. In-N-Out gets In-N-Out versus Whataburger gets us to Alabama, Texas A&M later in the season. Bryce Young, Heisman Trophy winner, man. Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Good to catch up with Bryce Young earlier. Really a great way to start our day off this morning before we even started our bonus pre-hour. Bryce was hanging out with us and on and off the air. Just a really entertaining guy to talk to.
Do you guys think when it's all said and done, he will go down as the greatest quarterback in Alabama history?
Well, you've brought that up 2 or 3 times this offseason. What does he have to do that? Just win a national
I
championship?
think that's it. You know, he's already got a Heisman. Tua never won a Heisman.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean-
he's the only Alabama quarterback ever to win a Heisman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Tua was really, really, really good, and you wonder what would have happened if he wouldn't have gotten injured.
So is Tua your answer now?
No, I would say Bryce Young after one season. I might say Tua just because
I mean
the entirety of his career. I mean, where we saw him at the beginning, you know, that unbelievable second half comeback against Georgia.
Yeah,
And-
I don't want to be that guy, but doesn't Mac Jones own some records and
I
a
know he
national
does.
championship?
He does. He just
and
did
a
it for-
runner-up in the Heisman.
But he only did it for the 1 year, and that's what makes it complicated. It's a little bit like the Cam Newton, Tim Tebow argument, in that who's the greatest college quarterback of all time? Well, Cam Newton had the best year we ever saw. Tim Tebow probably had the best career we ever saw, and it's hard to make the comparison. And the same's true in that vein with Mac Jones and these other guys. Jones had an incredible year, but it was just that 1 year.
Yeah, I would go in this order.
AJ's got
I know
2 rings.
I was gonna
could have had 3.
He doesn't go. I mean, he doesn't medal anymore though. I would go
I would
right
agree.
now. I think I would go Tua.
You used to call AJ the greatest quarterback in Alabama history. He doesn't
Used
medal
to-
now.
Used to until when?
Yeah.
And now you go Tua, Mac, and
No, I go
Bryce?
Tua, Bryce, Mac, AJ.
I think I would go in that order.
And
You're
I-
right. I used to call him best quarterback in Alabama history, and old school Bama fans used to get pissed about that because I was, sullying the name of Joe Namath and Kenny Stabler. It was a different game back when those guys played, and really it was a little bit of a different game when AJ McCarron played. Maybe the game wasn't as different, but Alabama's approach to the game was different.
Right. I mean, you can't knock Joe Namath for the way they played football
I don't.
back then.
I don't. But Leroy Jordan, it was a different game for him when he was playing running back. People ran 75% of the time, so of course he was going to make a ton of time.
But
He was
playing
right.
linebacker.
But
yeah,
I
100%.
associate Joe Namath and Kenny Stabler with the NFL.
I do too, more so than Alabama.
Yeah, I guess just because I didn't see him play.
Yeah. But all of that said, I think Bryce Young, it's the weird thing being an Alabama quarterback, you got to win a national championship.
You have to
be considered the best Alabama quarterback of all time. I don't know what you do with Bryce if he has a phenomenal year and they don't win the national championship. I really don't know what you do with him.
Yeah, he might fall out.
Historically.
He might fall out of the medal round.
You go back to AJ.
I don't know, man. I mean, Bryce is so good.
He is.
I mean, Stedman Shealy, different time, but he did what he had to do to
Running
win a
the
championship.
triple option.
He
though.
was,
It's
but that's what he was asked to do.
Yeah, I know. But how do you make that comparison?
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's today. Today is Tuesday, so it's not trivia.
Not yet, and I really don't know who's going to be doing trivia. I know Will Haver will be there. I guess Rocky will be there. Rocky, you going to be there?
Have you ever thought
I'm going to
about
be
that?
there. Yeah, of course.
Okay, Rockstar's there.
Yeah,
That's
so-
2. You only
so
need
we're
one
good.
more
We're
Rockstar.
good. They'll figure it out.
Yep.
But hey, look, Odie's Tavern, Birmingham institution, incredible food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Interesting comment from Dabo Sweeney speaking today, again to Matt Fortuna. Matt tweets this out from The Athletic. Dabo says whether the ACC expands to 52 teams or becomes the, quote, Megatron World Conference, end quote, his words. He's never recruited a player to Clemson because it's in the ACC. just like he's never recruited a player as an assistant to Alabama because it's in the SEC.
You brought that question up the other day, and I kind of sided with Dabo. I feel like it's more school-related and less conference-related, though it's hard to divorce those two. I mean, they do go hand in hand.
Yeah, but if I'm in the Big 12 and nobody in the Big 12 is putting anybody in the NFL draft's first round, then there's something wrong with the Big 12, in my opinion. So I want to go where people are going to the first round of the NFL draft. That is in the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 10. It's not in the Big 12 right now. So to some degree, the ACC has always been able to hold their water on NFL draft day. Bud Light's also a presenting sponsor. 0 carbs, 80 calories wherever you buy beer for this summer. Packed last hour of the show coming up. Mike Leach is scheduled to be on the podium next. He'll be up there shortly. Also, Rick Neuheisel scheduled to be with us. All that straight ahead today, right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, onemanandthetoolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of our 5-hour marathon today from SEC Media Days, presented by the great folks at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. One more hour to go. It will include Mike Leach, who's about to take the podium up there, and we'll hear from him in just a second. But first, the headlines of sort of the high points of what we've heard from and seen today, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They also bring you the poll questions every day, the great folks at Cowan, LT.
Yeah, hey, look, Cowan Equipment with us since day one. And if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right. The headlines have been Nick Saban at the podium, his big takeaway. What do you think what Nick said today on the podium? What was the big takeaway? To me, it was the we're the haves. Don't worry about Alabama in the NIL world. I was talking about the haves and the haves not. So don't worry about us.
Yeah, we're in the good half, but I'm worried about the half that's not like we are. And then also he, painted a picture of, Alabama being the type of team that, $35 or $3 million this past year. It's really interesting to hear him talk about being able to pay $3 million. We're the haves, but I'm worried about the have-nots. A lot of people kind of pushed back at that and thought that was Nick Saban being disingenuous. But, the guy's saying we're part of the haves, and I'm worried about the have-nots.
All right, let's listen in right now to Mike Leach, who is at the podium that Nick Saban was at earlier here at SEC Media Days.
On our left, third row. Coach, right over here to our left. Should be good. Go ahead and try it again. Yep. All right.
You could yell, maybe. I don't know.
Let's try to get, do we have another microphone? Can we go ahead and get the sound in the back up, please? All right, we need the question mics up, please. Let's try it again over here on the left.
How you doing, Coach Leach? Scotty from Off Script. I asked Coach Lane about the personalities in Mississippi. He corrected me and said there were 3, including yourself. What possibilities you, Lane Kiffin, have in playing Jackson State, being in-state competition for each other? Is there a possibility that you'll ever see or your team will play at HBCU as Jackson State?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible. I think it's possible. We don't have anything scheduled that I'm aware of. Of course, on my staff, Tony Hughes used to coach at Jackson State, and I know a bunch of those guys on the staff, and they do a really good job. And then Coach Sanders is a blast if you know him. I mean, just talking to him is fun. And then I wouldn't rule it out, but we don't have anything scheduled.
Okay, we're going to go right here on this near aisle. Drew.
Drew DeArmond, WCZN Radio, Huntsville, Alabama coach. I wanted to ask you about your offense. It's, of course, the air raid. You've been known for production since your days at Texas Tech. You took a jump in productivity in year 2. What's the area you think that needs to be improved the most, and what do you like about your offense heading into year 3?
Well, we've got some starts. We're still, I guess, on paper, kind of a medium young team, but we do have a lot of starts. and I think that's helpful. So we do have experience to draw on. I think we need to sharpen up at receivers. I think we need to kind of polish up our receiver play. I mean, we have good guys that work hard, and you know, I have a sense of urgency, that type of thing. But we, you know, I just think we need to be sharper. We have a mixture of really young and old there, and so, and I do think we're getting better. And I thought we had a good spring, but I think we can sharpen up there.
Coach, we'll go over to our right, about halfway back.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Sankey said that you have some Netflix recommendations. Would you be willing to share those with us?
Yeah, he, you know, I wish I'd watched more Netflix lately, and I haven't. Somebody said I need to watch The Terminal List, which I haven't watched it yet. You know, I guess the Hidden Gem, which I think I said it last year. Operation Odessa, that documentary, you need to watch that, about these international criminals that try to buy a submarine for Pablo Escobar. That's worth watching. I wish I could tell you I'd watched more Netflix. I haven't watched a lot lately, and during the season it's good to watch, you know, to kind of get your head straight. But I'm up to date on Better Call Saul. I'm up to date on Yellowstone. Yeah, I'll tell you, that's part of it. The kids got me into Stranger Things, and I'm certainly not ready for this season. I'm about halfway through. And I don't know. So if you guys have any good recommendations, I could probably use them. And so I guess I'll defer to the numbers here.
All right, Coach, we'll go right in front of me, about 3 rows back. Kirk?
Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman.
Oh, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mike. Severance is pretty good. I'm not sure if that's Netflix or not.
What is it?
Severance, about mind control.
Oh, yeah.
So you might check it out.
Well, don't try any funny stuff.
Okay, all right. I couldn't get to you. I know you missed Texas and Oklahoma desperately. I was curious to your reaction when you found they were going to be joining the conference, and how long do you think it'd take them to get acclimated for this league?
Well, I think they're kind of already acclimated from the standpoint, you know, good teams play as hard as they can and try to improve their skills along the way. And so I think they're certainly ready to do that. I think the competition level raised, and then, you know, from my standpoint, and I get asked that, especially from the Texas and the Oklahoma people, from their standpoint, I think it's going to change things quite dramatically. From our standpoint, I mean, you guys have us as having the toughest schedule in the country. So that being the case, you know, we can't play everybody. So knock 2 of those guys off and add OU and Texas, and I probably gained about half a step, I would think. You know, I mean, the 2 most eastern teams in the West are the 2 Alabama schools, so send them east, and we have to play Texas and OU, and I probably gained a little on that.
Coach, we'll go over to our right side along the far aisle.
Brent Zorneman, Houston Chronicle. Coach, whose side are you on in Jimbo versus Nick?
I think they both kind of illustrate the frustration of how things are, you know, right now, and it's not sustainable, so something's going to change. You know, right now, well, we haven't defined what exactly is an amateur or a student athlete as opposed to a professional, and I think we need to do that. And I think there is ways to do it. I think that, you know, some football players may be in their best interest to remain a student athlete and, you know, under that model as opposed to professional and vice versa. And I think that's got to be defined. Currently, you know, college athletes have more privileges than anybody at any other professional level. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't think it stays the same because there's responsibilities that go along with being a professional. And I've said this before, you've probably already written it down. But, you know, those guys lock themselves in rooms and watch film all the time, so you'll be able to get away with it. Go up to your next favorite NFL guy and say, hey, I heard in the NFL they're going to have unmitigated free agency, 365, 24/7. And by the way, there's not going to be any salary cap or draft. You're just going to have bidding wars. And just watch the expression on their face. And don't look at anything else or write down any notes, because the expression on their face will be well worth it. And so I don't see this as, you know, I don't think the dust is settled. Like that, we're in a big transition period on a number of things in college football, and you know, and we got, you know, sharp guys actively trying to sort it out, and you know, and I hope that it will be. And but yeah.
Coach, we're going to go right here in the section in front of me, about halfway back. There we go.
Good afternoon, Coach. Jacob Goins from ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Now that you have some experience as a head coach here in the SEC West, how have you adjusted your coaching strategies with such a tough schedule year in and year out?
Well, you just try to get better. I mean, you know, there's not much to adjust. Though. I mean, if you're determined to improve your team, you know, the best way to improve the team is improve yourself. And after that, everybody gets on that page. And then if you're constantly trying to improve yourself, you're trying to get better, and you're trying to do the best you can. So you know, you can, if you have full effort, then eventually, you know, you can improve from that and set a new ceiling. And if you're doing that all the time, if you're truly doing that all the time, then there's not much to save. I mean, you know, it's funny because folks act like there's some kind of a reserve. You know, well, there's a reserve they haven't used. Well, they're playing this type of team, so, you know, we're going to perfectly gauge how much effort we, you know, saving. Like, because if you save effort, you don't get to spend it on the next guy, you know. I mean, no, you do the best you can. You try to improve. And most importantly, it's important to do the best you can under all circumstances so that you are improving, and that's what you do. You just play the very best you can, and then so there's not much to change, you know, with regard to, you know, the SEC is the most talented conference. I don't think there's any question about that, but you know, I mean, as far as coaching your team and winning games and being the best you can with what you have, it's eerily similar to Iowa Wesleyan.
Coach, we're going to go over here on the left side near the back along the far aisle.
Yes, sir. Edgar Thompson of the Orlando Sentinel. Nick Saban's so-called blueprint has kind of provided the template for a lot of coaches around the league with varying degrees of success, being in the game as long as you have and kind of marching to your own beat. What do you notice about what some of the underpinnings of it and why it's so successful for him?
I guess I don't fully understand the question. Well, I mean, some of it's the resources of the program, not to take anything away from Coach Saban, because he does a tremendous job, and he's and then also has a big tree of coaches, you know, but there's, you know, circumstances can be beneficial too. I mean, you know, he's done things at Alabama that nobody thought were possible, but I would say that, you know, he's a better coach at Alabama than he was at Michigan State, for example. And so I think there's some circumstances that can contribute to, you know, success too that have to be accounted for. But he does a tremendous job of, you know, getting the most out of his players. And one thing that I've always liked is, you know, he's not afraid to coach them hard. And then do.
Yep, not afraid to coach them hard. That's Mike Leach there. Really some interesting stuff from Coach, but as always with him, the football stuff's good. The non-football stuff's even better. I love that Kirk Bowles of the Austin newspaper recommended Severance. Not a Netflix show, which is what they were talking about, but
Kirk didn't know what it was on. It's Apple Plus.
Yeah, it's an Apple Plus show, but it is a very good show and it is a mind bender. But I loved it when Severance and Bowles goes, yeah, it's about mind games and mind bending and such like that, and Leach goes, well, don't try any of that on me.
I think a little bit like anything that's not on radio is a podcast. We've learned that. I think anything that's streaming is just a Netflix show. I think a lot of people default to that one.
They've got the brand name.
Did
Yeah,
you
they got the
guys
brand name.
ever have Netflix delivered to your mailbox?
Yes, we did. Yep. I think that's how we watched Sex in the City.
Can you imagine if you
Stunner that not only watched Sex
if
in
you
the
would
City
have
that
bought
much.
into Netflix when it first went public, though? Because it was probably pennies.
Yeah, it probably was. And it did seem like a good idea that, I can just get a DVD delivered to my mailbox.
See, I just didn't do it much.
I don't think I did either.
And then when I heard it was going to be streaming, I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
What a streaming.
Streaming
On my
over the internet.
On my computer? That'll never work. It'll never work.
Yeah.
But Mike Leach said he was caught up on Better Call Saul, Yellowstone, halfway through Stranger Things because the kids recommended that to him. It was odd that he said football season, end of season's a good time for him to get caught up on Netflix.
That's Mike Leach for you, though. That's what you get.
It clears his mind, I guess. Clears his mind.
Rockstar, would we have had a follow-up question about a show for Mike Leach?
Have you been watching Mad Men lately? It's not on anymore, but we've been catching up on it. It's really good.
But we're watching it like it's brand new.
And everybody's loving it.
Everyone's loving it. All right. Our coverage of SEC Media Days is being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's.
Wayne's right now has a great deal on that Smart Pest. Best deal they've ever offered, and it is only for a limited time. So make sure you jump on board with it. Smart Pest is what takes care of the rodents in your crawl spaces, in your attics. They set up a monitoring system, rodent monitoring system. As soon as one is spotted, they proactively communicate back to Wayne's. Wayne's sends out someone to exterminate that issue, and you're taken care of rodent-free. You'd get that, though, when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR. Wayne's considers us family. They consider you family, so they want you to save. The code TNR will save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com.
All right, here's a couple of things coming up. Rick Neuheisel in 2 segments. In our next segment, we sort of have 2 of the best sound bites from Alabama over here at SEC Media Days that Forrester's thrown together. We'll hear from Will Anderson and Nick Saban. But before we take a break right here and before Rockstar tells us about Adam Mestre, the Westgate has been taking bets on the college football national champions.
Okay.
The most popular bet, Lance, is who?
I can't believe this, Brown. It's USC.
Are you kidding
They are
me?
getting more money on USC than any other school out there. Now, a lot of it has to do with what you can get them at.
Right, the odds, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was 40-1. Now it's 25-1. So much money has been bet. So,
I mean, this would be like betting Auburn basketball last year before you really saw how great Jabari was and before they really got on that run. You could get Auburn like at 40-1 in basketball, and at a point during the season, you were like stealing money. It looked like there's no way that team's not going to be in the Final Four.
well, we never saw Walker Kessler look like Kessler looked
That's
at North
right.
Carolina, how he looked at Auburn last year. To me, this is just different because in basketball, if Jabari goes out there and played like he did, then you can understand why at one point Auburn was the best team in basketball. There are so many pieces to this USC team, and in year one, I'm not buying it all. I mean,
Yeah.
I would be beyond shocked. I'd be shocked if they get to a college football playoff, if they were to win 2 games once they got there.
Yeah, I'm with you. This seems like Vegas just happy people are throwing their money
Yep.
away at them.
Pissing it away.
Yep.
Yeah, but it does factor in. You don't bet on Alabama. You don't bet on Ohio State because you don't really get much in return. Right?
I mean, Alabama's plus 180 right now. You bet $100, you won $180. I mean, that's no value. You can wait. Like last year after they lost to Texas A&M, they probably went 4 or 5-1 to win it.
Yeah.
That's when you get your value when Alabama loses a regular season game.
It's funny though. I was talking about this on a Jacksonville show today with Alabama. You you wait back, and there's always that one loss, but you never panic. It's like, oh, that's one loss. They can't lose another one.
That's right.
They can't lose another one.
But Vegas always messes that number up after they do.
Yeah.
Not that they go on and always win the national championship. Ultimately, I mean, they didn't last year.
Rockstar, tell us about your guy who's won a championship recently.
Oh, my. My guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have made a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you'll make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Some of the best of Alabama's day here in Atlanta when we come back right here on The Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
And our Michelson look ahead, a couple of sound bites from Alabama's day here, and still Rick Neuheisel will come this hour, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision when I first went in. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I did, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She will schedule you a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to see if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. Make sure you make that call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so Will Anderson was asked the question about Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M, and the feud. Here's Will Anderson earlier, a guy who's going to be a Heisman candidate, a lot of push for him. Here's his biggest moment today here in Atlanta.
You know, I think what motivates me is the love of the game of football. You know, I don't really need much to get me going because I love football so much. Just the fact that I get to strap up and put a helmet and shoulder pads on and go out there and line up against somebody and, you know, go against them is what all I need is to motivate me is to go out there and, you know, have fun and hit somebody and fly around with my teammates.
And he said, and he went on to say later on about the motivation of playing, but he was asked a lot today about not playing this year. I couldn't imagine him skipping out.
Yeah, of all the people, for him to have to answer that question seems weird because this is a guy that is as motivated and driven as anyone in the world. And I don't think there's any way he would skip out. There's Coach Rick Neuheisel with us. They've freed him from downstairs talking to all the free at last, talking to all the coaches down there.
He's still got UCLA colors on. The color scheme a little bit.
Blue
still cuts it, man. Blue still cuts it.
While he settles in, tell us about Precision Sports that brings us our coverage from SEC Media Days over here, and we'll talk to CBS's Rick Neuheisel.
Yeah, Precision Sports, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Coach, what's up?
I'm living the dream, boys.
Are you now?
Hanging out where it just means more. I mean, how could it be better than that?
Can we start, though, with your alma mater taking off to the Big Ten? I mean, to me, look, geography apparently doesn't matter anymore in realignment. But did you ever see a day where not only would UCLA and USC join the Big Ten, but there's a possibility that a conference you were once a part of in the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12 is now going to implode?
It's a bittersweet kind of feeling for me because my son coaches at UCLA, and this basically, to me, was a life raft for them and USC. UCLA is in the throes of a economic situation that they were in debt as an athletic department. There are kind of silos that operate on the campus at UCLA. They were actually having to pay interest to the university who was helping them buy down the debt. They were having to pay interest to themselves to get the deal done.
Doesn't seem like a good financial plan.
Well, yeah. All you needed to know was that when you had to hire parking attendants to do parking for UCLA basketball games, but the parking money went to parking on campus, even though we were paying for the people who were taking the tickets. It's a little bit complicated, and it's not to make fun of my alma mater. It's just it was hard to understand why the whys and wherefores of what we were doing there as an institution. But this is a great move for Martin Jarman, who's the athletic director, freshly there from Boston College, formerly of Ohio State. It's a great move for USC because they have been a national brand for so long and have not been to the college football playoff. Really haven't even sniffed it, other than the one year where they played Penn State in the Rose Bowl. This is a really good deal for the Los Angeles schools, but it might be a death knell for the Pac-12 conference. George Kliavkoff has to pull a rabbit out of his hat. We already learned today there's not going to be any merger with the Big 12. So that means it's open season for people to cherry pick some of those schools. I know Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah are very interested in the Big 12. Phil Knight's cold calling conferences. I'm sure Greg Sankey's been on the phone with the great Phil Knight as to whether or not Oregon fits in the SEC footprint. Obviously, it doesn't fit, but footprints are getting bigger now in college athletics.
Can you imagine the trip from Gainesville to Eugene?
And by the way, Oregon makes really good shoes. Just so you
They
guys
do.
are aware,
They
as
do.
we're talking
They
footprints.
pay good money. Yeah.
And Washington is a great market in Seattle. Having coached there, I know what the kind of pride they have in that Husky program. So it's an interesting time. Cal and Stanford seemingly fit with the Big Ten, with their academic, Association of American Universities, kind of as a staple to gaining membership there. Also a Bay Area television market. It makes sense, and they've been relatively quiet on this front. So Notre Dame, which way they'll go is interesting. But for the Pac 8, 10, 12, it might be midnight, in terms of whether or not they get this done, because right now they're outside looking in.
I mean, I know you're excited. I can see some sadness though.
Oh,
that you're losing.
I've been booed or fired by everybody in that one.
It's got a lot of history though, that
it's
conference.
Got unbelievable. They call themselves the Conference of Champions, and they deserve to. I mean, I think Stanford has the most NCAA championships, and UCLA is number 2. And a number of the schools aren't far behind. It's had great history. And for years and years, they held on to the Rose Bowl as their centerpiece.
Right.
The Rose Bowl was the television, golden goose. And because they had it and the Big Ten had it, they kind of wielded the power. Now that we've gone to a college football playoff, we've seen the power shift. And Greg Sankey has been remarkable. Mike Sly before him, Roy Kramer before him, remarkable in their stewardship of this conference, who clearly now have taken the lead. The Big Ten, because of the television sets that reside in their configuration and their footprint, also wield incredible power. The move for Oklahoma and Texas now has been matched by the Big Ten going west. And we'll wait and see what it means to the rest, because right now the ACC, much like the Pac-12, is sitting there in a television deal that they can't get out of, that kind of holds them and frustrates a number of their members. And we've got, like we said, some free agents there in the Pac-12 and the Big 12 that are right now looking to see what's best for us, as it looks like we're gaining traction towards super conference.
If you could give advice to the Rose Bowl, though, what would you tell them? Because that is a big part of my life, watching the Rose Bowl, even as a Southern kid. What would be your advice to the Rose Bowl?
They've got to be more nimble. They have been kind of dragging their feet, saying this is what we are and we demand this. They're going to have to, when people say jump, they're going to have to learn how to say how high. There's a historic legacy of the Rose Bowl. I would always say that the national championship should be at the Rose Bowl. And I tell you that not just because I'm selfish and having played in it and having, our home games in it. I tell you that because every time I see somebody there for the first time, they're never disappointed.
Yep.
They're always like, this is magnificent. This is such a holy grail of college athletics. And for the players that play on that field, I feel like they all feel the same way. So I would love for the Rose Bowl to be the kind of the end of the yellow brick road. That's where you play your national championship game. It won't coincide with January 1st and their Tournament of Roses parade, which I know that Rose Bowl always really wants to. But at the end of the day, they've got to be more nimble because college football is moving, and it's moving fast.
Coach Rick Neuheisel, CBS, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This may force them into that, though, because the Rose Bowls really had no interest in hosting the national championship game. They don't bid on it. They want to focus on that January 1 game. But that's going to be a weekend January 1 game, no matter how all this pans out. It may force them to get back in that game.
As we go forward towards a new format for the college football playoff, which almost assuredly will happen, and I think we'll probably get very close to the 12-team format that was already proposed. Yeah, that could end up being a quarterfinal, you know? And if that's a quarterfinal, I mean, the Rose Bowl, the stage is too grand for that, in my mind. Now, I grew up on the West Coast and have my own, biases, but the bottom line is they've got to really look at themselves now because they don't have the comfort of the Big Ten. They don't have the comfort of the Pac-12. They're not the same. They're not going to pit those two together and have it be the same kind of marquee game. They have to be nimble here. They have to be.
I mean, you've probably played 40 career games in that stadium. 40 is a little high. 30.
Well, we didn't move to the Rose Bowl till I was a junior.
Okay, so I'm way high.
So I was there. We beat USC. The first time the Bruins and the Trojans played in the Rose Bowl was 1982, and they scored on the last play of the game. Okay, they scored on the last play of the game and went for two. This is before overtime,
right?
And we sacked Scott Tinsley, who was the quarterback, Carl Morgan, a kid from Houma, Louisiana, who was my first roommate. We roomed together in the dorms when training camp. Carl sacked him, and I remember that was like the moment. Now, at the same time that was happening, it's college football history for you right here, Lance.
You need some.
The Cal kickoff return against Stanford with the band coming on
those
the field
happened at the same time?
At the same time.
Really?
Those endings. So who got the billing that night?
Wow, y'all had
Carl Morgan got shorted. So much, so many highlights.
Because that Cal-Stanford game was like two teams. The winner went to a bowl game. The loser stayed home. I mean, it was two bad teams.
John Elway never played in a bowl game.
I know. That's incredible.
He was on his way to the Sun Bowl up until that deal.
It was Bill Walsh the coach?
I don't
or was
believe
it
so.
Or was it Elway's dad?
No, I think I want to say Rod Dowhauer.
Oh, okay, Rod
coach.
Dowhauer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's incredible you could have John Elway and not go to a bowl game. I mean, that just seems
go
impossible.
to a bowl game. Yeah, and they had clinched it seemingly until.
But for one play.
Yeah.
You said college football is moving fast. NIL is part of that. And, I don't know where this thing stops. We've seen behind the scenes on some of these NIL deals, and they're crazy.
Yeah.
These kids are making a lot of money. I want your opinion on NIL. Statute of limitations is off. I know you probably weren't paid because you were a walk-on, right? You didn't start till your senior year.
Yeah. I didn't. I wasn't one of those fast track guys that, hey, meet that alum. He's going to take care of you at this particular spot. We always heard about the guys at SC going to the Alpha Beta, buying a candy bar and getting unbelievable amounts of change.
I bet Freeman McNeil got his fair share, right?
Hey, listen. Good for them.
Yeah,
Good for them. I tell you what I did notice today, though, working over there for SiriusXM and interviewing Will Anderson and Bryce Young and Jordan Battle. All three of them were dressed impeccably. All three of them were as happy as kids you could imagine, and they were thrilled about what they were able to put on.
Yep.
That good for us that kids are able to put a little money in their pocket.
Yep.
Good for us, and we're not making it illegal or dirty or that's the right thing. It's not the right thing to use that money to entice them to come to school. That's not the right thing. That recruiting, and we were short-sighted as an entity, a college football entity, to not put some guardrails around this. Now it's completely putting my head in the sand and not think that we haven't used enticements before. We called it NIL. Of course we did. But at day's end, I have zero problem with kids getting a little opportunity to participate in the enormous pie that is college athletics and college football in particular. We should be. the pie has gotten to a point where we should have looked at ourselves and said we need to supersize these scholarships and include the ability to send some money home or create travel opportunities for moms and dads to come to games so that they don't have to come out of their own pocket. That should have been part of the deal. And unfortunately, in college athletics, we don't have anybody that has the job description of looking over the game globally. Everybody's got a job description to take care of their team, take care of their university, or take care of their conference. No one has to think about it from the total deal. And yet, if we asked every one of those people that I just mentioned to come and write down their mission statement, they would all write it down about the experience of the student athlete. And the student athlete needs a representative the next time we divide that pie.
Would you be that guy?
I'd be happy to. We need somebody that's going to look at it globally rather than just from the standpoint of where the job descriptions require right now. I'm looking after me. Kevin Warren didn't make that decision for the good of college football. Kevin Warren made the decision to go to Los Angeles for the good of the Big Ten and to enhance the television pie that he's going to reap with the new television deal. That's what he did. And what happened to the Pac-12 was not his concern. He was looking after him. That makes him a great leader for the Big Ten. It doesn't make him a great leader for the college football experience.
Would you do it for less money than Goodell does it for the NFL?
I would. In fact, seeing what Roger does, I don't know that I'd be able to get the same handshake. Have you guys ever shaken hands with Goodell?
I've never met Roger. He looks like a big dude.
It's a death clamp.
Really?
I swear, just word to the wise. If he's ever extending his hand, you have to get in there for the grip first. Because if you don't, it's like your fingers are going to melt in his hand. It's a death clamp.
Wow.
I watched him shake hands with 5 people, and after he did it to me, I couldn't wait to see the faces on the other 4. It was like, oh my God, what has just happened?
The guy's making, is it 38 million?
No,
it's probably more than that
Probably
now.
more
It's
than
probably
that now.
50 million now.
Yeah.
Listen, you know who talks like he wants to be the commissioner, and I know Alabama fans don't want to hear this, is Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Nick Saban thinks globally when he talks on the
He
media about
does.
college athletics. And he would be fantastic because we would listen, and we know that he'll be able to adapt to the changing climates because no one adapts better than he. Whether it was how to play defense with the RPO, or whether it was how to create RPO offense and try to build an offense that can score 40+ points every game. He's adapted better than anybody. But he talks, and when I listen to him, he's talking as though somebody as the commissioner should follow this advice.
This is a compliment to you. The World Games, 50 days out in Birmingham, they had all the financial people in Birmingham. They had a banquet, and they called me and said, "Would you host and do an interview, long form interview? We can't get Rick Neuheisel. Will you fill in and do this for us real quick?" And so I did that, and that's the night he made the comments about Texas A&M buying the players. And his tone today seemed different than that night when he was saying they bought their players. We've got to get in the game if this is going to be ruled. Today, we're the halves. We don't have a problem.
Right.
Why do you think he is he's saying the same thing, but he's saying it differently now?
I don't think he meant to ruffle feathers that night. He was basically trying to explain the new world of reality that college athletics and college football programs are facing in terms of how you're going to do your business. And as I said, there's no one who adapts quicker or more effectively than Nick Saban. He's changed the face of college football, and more people are following him. But every time there's something that kind of surprises him, he makes it his absolute mission to adapt and be as effective. And that's why you're seeing he's now in the portal. Remember when he was all upset the kid transferred from his school to Georgia?
Yeah.
Well, Jermaine Burton is
the exact opposite.
He's adapted.
Yep.
Now he's understanding that, okay, if guys are going to name, image, and likeness, I want to make sure my guys are named. You should have seen Will Anderson talking light up like a Christmas tree about his opportunities and his opportunities to take care of his family. And on down the line, he is absolutely the genius at creating that and moving the necessary pieces on his own particular chessboard to effectively make that happen. The comments about Jimbo took way more offense than was intended. Buying players means that there wasn't work that was done. That's what he wanted to take back. But in terms of did they participate in name, image, and likeness to go and be a part? The answer is yes. And Jimbo felt like it was cheating. It's just a new sheriff in town of how we're doing business in the world of recruiting.
All right, I'm going to give you a chance to brag real quick. A friend of mine works for one of the golf equipment companies, and his job is to sign players to PGA Tour deals. And he calls me one day and says, "Hey, I'm at such and such golf tournament. Your guy Neuheisel's here." I was like, "What's he doing there?" He's caddying for his son.
Caddying for my boy.
That's right.
Yeah.
So your kid's playing well.
He's gotten to play in a couple of what they call these elite amateur
Yeah.
events. He was recently at what they call the Transmiss.
I think that was it, the Transmiss,
He was
yeah.
in Denver at Denver Country Club,
Yep.
and I was on the bag, and it's a good round if I don't get yelled at. Yeah, it's a good round.
Well, good for him.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
This is a true story. I was in. He and I went to Chicago to try to qualify for a Corn Ferry event, and he qualified.
Yep.
Shot 67, 5 under at this Stone Wall Orchard course, and then made the tournament. So now we're in the real event. Thursday, goes out and shoots bogey free 67, and I'm like, God, we're on this, man. I know what I'm doing. Next day, a north wind blows in,
Yep.
rain drops 30 degrees. We're trunk slammers.
Well, yeah,
We're
yeah.
out. We're out.
The old-
I only fell down twice as I slipped a couple of times. It was an absolute nightmare.
That's fantastic. Well, good for him. I'm glad he's playing well.
Yeah. How's your game?
I get to play a lot. I'm going to try to qualify for the senior am.
Oh, cool.
My qualifier is August 1st. I got a 1.2 index.
Nice.
And there are days when I feel like I know what I'm doing, but my back is tight, man. Old age creeps up on you. But it's the greatest game because golf doesn't care.
Yep.
Golf has no feelings towards you. There's no
I have plenty
sympathy.
of feelings. I have plenty of feelings towards it, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I said, why is it golf? Because the other 4-letter words were taken.
Coach, thank you. Always good to see you.
Great to be with you, boys.
All right. Coach Rick Neuheisel, CBS.
Over here, SEC Media Day coverage presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and of course our friends at Dr. Pepper, and all of our guests, even the ones that are in person with us, appear on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tell us about Johnston RV Center.
It's how you can see America. JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you go to get all the information I'm about to tell you. But right now, you can get those Cherokee Alpha Wolves starting as low as $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down, all the way up to that most popular couples coach, $329 a month, 10% down, and approved credit. Great deals on those Coachman Clippers starting at just $16,946 with a lifetime warranty. See more, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, or JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Final thought from SEC Media Days when we come back.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Little Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Little Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Back with you from SEC Media Days, presented by all of our presenting sponsors, including Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Final segment today of the end of 5 hours. We'll do 5 more tomorrow and 5 more on Thursday. So to the halfway point of SEC Media Days. Brian Harson's on Thursday, but Nick Saban and Alabama rolled through today. And as we talked with the folks at Rick Neuheisel of CBS and others, it was very obvious that Nick Saban, was making sure that all the recruits, all the transfers out there knew that Alabama was okay in the NIL world.
Well, I mean, I don't think you listen to Coach Neuheisel. You listen to just about anybody that stopped by today. There are very few people who in the college football college football world whose words carry more of an impact than Nick Saban's. When he says things, whether you agree or disagree, people have massive opinions about it. People care what he says. They may not always agree with it, but they react to it.
Do you guys think there is a world where you could have a college football commissioner? I mean, I think if
No.
you go to 2 or 3 larger conferences, there's a possibility.
Yeah, but who's going to be that first commissioner? Who's going to say, okay, I'm going to give up all my power in the SEC and let Kevin Warren be in charge. Or I'm going to give up all my power and let Greg Sankey be in charge.
Like a guy like Coach Neuheisel, I think is a non-threatening figure. I think most people would fall in line and say, yeah, Rick played the game. He knows the game. He's been around the media. He went to UCLA. They're not a factor.
Yeah, but what
I'm
would
not
Kevin
worried
and
about
Greg
that.
do then?
Huh?
What would Kevin Warren and Greg Sankey
They would
do?
fight for their own good. I mean, that's the problem with it. It's not that you can't find a guy.
No, I'm
I
just
do
saying,
think it is hard to fight a guy, but it's Greg Sankey and Kevin Warren are not going to give their power up to that
That's
guy.
what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
just eliminate their positions,
That's right.
and then they're out of work. Greg Sankey's out of work at that point.
Yeah,
Kevin
no,
Warren's
not
out of
at
work.
all. Not at all.
So
No.
who's going to vote? Who's going to
Because
vote for that?
That was the exact response when Lance asked Greg Sankey about the Pac-12 and the Big 12 merging. He's like, okay, who's going to be commissioner?
Yep, that's exactly right. And both of those guys relatively new on the job.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be the commissioner. The Big 12 guy is, because the Pac-12 is going to go away.
That's
It
the one
is.
that survives. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. and that's the way it is. We don't have dinosaurs anymore. And Kliavkoff is a dinosaur.
Yep.
His conference is about to be T-Rex.
God, really
short arms and all.
We went back to the first time we did show together in 2009, and I would have said fast forward. First of all, that was before Nick Saban's first ever national championship at Bama. But I said
we started in 2010.
no, but
if we had gone to 2009.
No. But even that week, he was playing for one, so he had yet to win one when we were doing the show together. If I would have said fast forward to 2022, we're still doing a show together. Saban has won 6 at Alabama. Players are making millions of dollars a year now. USC and UCLA are in the Big Ten, and Oklahoma and Texas are in the SEC.
It's crazy how much has changed. Yep.
It's baffling. It's unrecognizable. It really is.
Yes. You sound worried about it, though.
I love watching you get older.
I know. Lance is worried about college football all of a sudden.
I just
You miss it back in the day.
I just appreciated the way it was.
Yeah.
Again, I'll adapt.
But you just heard you talk about how much you love the Rose Bowl. You just heard Coach Neuheisel talk. It's a dinosaur.
It is.
Yep.
It is, and that's sad because that is one game a year where it just seems like it's not about playing for a championship or making a playoff.
I know.
It's just about winning the Rose Bowl.
Yep. Well,
I'll remember the Rose Bowl.
And win then.
All right, that's the show. Thank you to all the great sponsors here today. Thank you to everybody who has been with us over here for the last couple of days. And really hats off to Rockstar and Lunsford and Forrester and Taylor back in Birmingham who made today a really, really smooth transition from Monday to Tuesday. Hopefully it'll be the same Tuesday to Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next